Hello there, my gentle dreamers. Tonight, among the silver shadows, we drift you into the story of Bella Swan. From the sunlit deserts of Phoenix to the misty rain of Forks, where destiny awaited her beneath the shadows. So, close your eyes, breathe in the cool night air, and let Bella's journey through twilight carry you into a world where hearts beat slower and dreams never end. Isabella Marie Swan had never belonged to the sun-drenched streets of Phoenix, though she had spent most of her 17 years there. Born on September 13, 1987, Bella grew up in a household that defied conventional parent-child dynamics. Her mother, Renee, possessed a free spirit that floated through life with the unpredictability of desert wind, chasing passions and dreams with an enthusiasm that burned bright and scattered. Where most teenagers rebelled against parental authority, Bella found herself playing the role of caretaker, the responsible one who paid bills on time and remembered to buy groceries before the refrigerator stood empty. This reversal of roles had shaped Bella into someone far more mature than her years suggested. She moved through her days with quiet competence, handling the practical matters of daily life, while her mother pursued her latest interest with characteristic fervor. There was love between them, deep and genuine, but it existed in an unusual space where the daughter often mothered the mother. Bella had learned early to be self-sufficient, to rely on her own judgment, to expect little in the way of structure or routine from the adults in her life. When Renee married Phil Dwyer, a minor league baseball player whose career demanded constant travel, the delicate balance of their household shifted once more. Phil was kind and clearly devoted to Renee, and Bella could see how her mother's face lit up in his presence. But his job required movement, an endless circuit of games and training sessions that pulled Renee's attention toward hotel rooms and ballparks scattered across the southwestern United States. Renee tried to hide her longing to follow him, attempted to maintain the appearance of contentment with staying home in Phoenix. But Bella saw through the careful facade to the restlessness beneath. The decision to move to Forks came from Bella herself, a choice made with characteristic self-sacrifice. She convinced her mother that she wanted to spend time with her father, Charlie, though in truth, the perpetually grey and rain-soaked town held little appeal. Bella had visited Forks every summer until she was 14, when she finally convinced her parents to meet her in California instead. The memories of those visits painted a picture of relentless drizzle, oppressive green growth, and a pervasive dampness that seemed to seep into everything. Yet she could see what Renee needed, could recognize the pull between her mother and her new husband, and so Bella made the sacrifice that would change the entire trajectory of her existence. Charlie Swan received the news of his daughter's decision with barely contained joy. The police chief of Forks had lived alone for years after his marriage to Renee dissolved when Bella was only a few months old. He was a man of few words, more comfortable with silence than conversation, more likely to express affection through actions than declarations. In preparation for Bella's arrival, he had gone to his best friend Billy Black and purchased a truck, a 1953 Chevy that had seen better decades but still ran with stubborn reliability. The truck was red, or had been once, though rust had claimed portions of its body and the engine produced more noise than seemed strictly necessary for basic transportation. When Bella arrived in Forks in January of 2005, The truck waited in the driveway like a promise of independence. Charlie stood on the porch of the small house that would now be her home, his expression caught between happiness and awkwardness, uncertain how to bridge the years of distance with anything more substantial than a brief hug and a gesture toward her new vehicle. The house itself was familiar from those childhood summers, a modest two-story structure with a small yard that backed up against the forest. Her room waited upstairs, still furnished with the same bed and desk from her youth, windows that looked out over the street toward the neighbors' homes and the endless ranks of evergreens beyond. Settling into life with Charlie required adjustment to his particular rhythms and habits. He left early for the police station each morning and returned at regular hours each evening, expecting little more than a simple meal and the companionship of silence broken occasionally by the low murmur of a sports broadcast on the television. He did not pry into Bella's thoughts or demand detailed accounts of her days. Instead, he offered space and quiet acceptance, a kind of love that expressed itself through restraint rather than engagement. They developed an unspoken routine, comfortable in its simplicity, where Bella took over the cooking and Charlie expressed his gratitude through steady appreciation of even her most basic culinary efforts. Forks High School loomed as the next challenge to navigate. The school was small, containing a student body that numbered in the low hundreds, where everyone had known everyone else since childhood, and new arrivals sparked immediate curiosity. Bella had hoped to slip in quietly, to observe from the margins without drawing attention to herself, but this proved impossible. Her status as the new girl, as Charlie Swan's daughter returned from the mysterious distance of Arizona, made her an object of instant fascination to her classmates. On her first day, Bella navigated the unfamiliar hallways with her characteristic clumsiness, nearly colliding with other students as she searched for her classes. The building itself was a collection of mismatched structures, different sections added over the years as the school expanded to accommodate Forks' modest population growth. Everything appeared perpetually damp, the air holding moisture that never quite dissipated. The ground outside churned to mud by constant rain and the traffic of countless feet. In her first class, English, she found herself seated near a friendly girl named Jessica Stanley, who immediately adopted her as a project. Jessica possessed the kind of social confidence Bella lacked, moving through the world with ease and chattiness that drew others into her orbit. She appointed herself as Bella's guide to the school's social landscape, pointing out important people and places with the authority of someone who had spent years mapping every significant detail. By lunch, Jessica had assembled a small group to welcome the new arrival, a collection of students who represented the acceptable middle ground of the high school hierarchy. There was Angela Weber, quiet and kind, whose gentle nature immediately put Bella at ease. Mike Newton appeared next, his interest in Bella registering as something more than simple friendliness, his attention carrying an eagerness that made her uncomfortable, even as she tried to respond politely to his questions. Eric Yorkie, the school photographer for the student newspaper, treated her arrival as newsworthy, asking if she would consent to an interview for the paper. Tyler Crowley and several others rounded out the group, all curious about the girl from Arizona, all eager to hear about life in Phoenix and why anyone would voluntarily choose to move to Forks. Bella deflected their questions as best she could, uncomfortable with the attention, uncertain how to explain her reasons for coming without revealing too much about her mother's marriage or her own tendency towards self-sacrifice. She invented easier explanations, spoke vaguely about wanting time with her father, about needing a change. They seemed to accept these surface answers, though their curiosity remained clearly unsatisfied. Throughout lunch, Mike Newton positioned himself as close to Bella as possible, his intentions transparent in every gesture and expression, while Jessica's smile grew slightly tighter as she observed his interest. The cafeteria itself was larger than Bella had expected, filled with long tables where students clustered in their established groups. The noise level created a steady hum of conversation, punctuated by occasional laughter or the clatter of trays. Bella picked at her food, her appetite diminished by nervousness and the overwhelming sensation of being watched, of having become a curiosity to be examined and discussed. She told herself this attention would fade, that eventually her novelty would wear off and she could retreat into comfortable anonymity. What she could not have known was that her arrival had already set in motion a chain of events that would make anonymity impossible. The days that followed established a pattern. Bella attended her classes, sat with Jessica and the others at lunch, politely deflected Mike Newton's increasingly obvious attempts at flirtation. She came home to the quiet house and prepared dinner for Charlie, completed her homework at the old desk in her room while rain drummed steadily against the windows. She read in the evenings, losing herself in the familiar worlds of her favorite books, finding comfort in stories that took her far from the damp chill of Forks. Her truck became a kind of refuge, a space that belonged entirely to her despite its age and mechanical quirks. She learned to coax it to life each morning, to work the stubborn clutch, and listen for the particular sounds that indicated it was running properly. The heater produced more noise than warmth, and the engine's roar made conversation with passengers nearly impossible. But Bella grew fond of it anyway. It represented independence and privacy, a small sphere of solitude in a town where everyone seemed to know everyone else's business. Yet even as Bella settled into the rhythms of her new life, even as she began to map the social territories of Forks High School and learn the quickest routes between her classes, she remained unaware of the most significant element of her new environment. She had not yet encountered them, had not yet glimpsed the 5 students who stood apart from all others, who moved through the school like beautiful ghosts, separate and untouchable. She had not yet seen the Cullens, and more importantly, she had not yet met Edward Cullen, whose world was about to collide with hers in ways that would transform them both forever. The ordinariness of these first days would soon seem like a dream, a brief moment of normalcy before everything she thought she understood about the world revealed itself as merely the surface of something far deeper and more extraordinary. Bella Swan had come to Forks, seeking only to give her mother the freedom to follow her heart, expecting nothing more than rain and quiet isolation. What she found instead would challenge every assumption she held about what was possible, about what existed in the shadows just beyond human perception, about the true nature of eternal love and the price it demanded from those brave enough or foolish enough to pursue it. The cafeteria hummed with its usual midday chaos on the 3rd week of January, when Bella's carefully constructed sense of normality shattered without warning. She sat with Jessica Stanley and the others at their usual table, half listening to Mike Newton describe his plans for an upcoming camping trip, when Jessica's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper that immediately commanded attention. They were entering the cafeteria at that moment, and Bella's gaze followed the subtle nod of Jessica's head toward the doorway. 5 figures moved through the crowded room, with a grace that seemed to belong to a different species entirely, their beauty so striking that conversations faltered in their wake. They They were unlike anyone Bella had ever seen, their features so perfect they appeared almost unreal, as though some divine sculptor had crafted them from marble and somehow granted them the gift of movement. Jessica leaned closer, her voice carrying the mixture of fascination and envy that marked her description. "Those were the Cullens," she explained, adopted children of Dr. Carlyle. Cullen and his wife, Esme, who lived together in a large house on the outskirts of town. They kept to themselves, she continued, never socializing with other students, never attending school events or parties, maintaining a distance that made them objects of endless speculation and curiosity. The first to catch Bella's attention was the girl, small and pixie-like, whose short dark hair framed a face of such delicate beauty it seemed almost fragile. She moved with an odd sort of grace, as though she could see exactly where she was going, several steps before she arrived there. Alice, Jessica identified her, adding that despite her diminutive size, there was something about her that suggested hidden strength, an energy that radiated from her small frame like barely contained lightning. Beside Alice walked a tall male figure whose honey blonde hair fell across his face in a way that partially obscured his features. His expression carried a constant wariness, a tension that suggested pain held carefully in check. "Jasper," Jessica whispered, noting that he always looked slightly uncomfortable, as though the crowded cafeteria caused him actual physical distress. "He and Alice were together," she added with a knowing look, though they were not actually related by blood despite sharing the Cullen name. The largest of the group towered above the others, his body built with the kind of muscular strength that suggested he could break a man in half without effort. Yet his face carried an expression of such good-natured amusement that the potential threat of his size dissolved into something almost playful. "Emmett," Jessica continued, "was with Rosalie," and here her voice took on a harder edge, a mixture of resentment and unwilling admiration. Rosalie Hale moved like a goddess descended from Olympus to walk among mortals, her long blonde hair cascading down her back in waves that caught the fluorescent lights and transformed them into something golden and alive. Her beauty surpassed even that of her siblings, reaching a level that seemed almost offensive in its perfection. She was the most beautiful person Bella had ever seen, and the expression on Rosalie's face suggested she was well aware of this fact and found the attention it brought her to be more burden than gift. But it was the final figure who captured and held Bella's attention with a force that felt almost physical. He sat slightly apart from the others, and where they appeared as though carved from marble, he seemed to be something beyond even that elevated state. His features arranged themselves with such perfect symmetry that looking at him produced an almost painful aesthetic response. Bronze-colored hair fell in casual disarray across his forehead, and even from across the cafeteria, Bella could see that his skin held an odd quality, pale and smooth as though he had never spent a moment in direct sunlight. "Edward," Jessica breathed the name with a longing that required no explanation. "Edward Cullen was single," she added, though not for lack of interested parties. Every girl in school had tried at one point or another to capture his attention, but he treated them all with the same distant politeness that suggested he existed on some entirely different plane of being. "He was with Bella in her biology class," Jessica mentioned, though she quickly noted that he had never spoken more than a handful of words to anyone and spent most of his time staring out the window as though the lessons held no interest for him whatsoever. Bella watched the five of them settle at a table in the far corner of the cafeteria, maintaining their usual distance from the other students. They had purchased food from the line, their trays loaded with normal meals. Yet, As Bella observed them over the following minutes, she realized that none of them actually ate anything. They moved food around their plates with elegant precision, creating the appearance of eating without ever actually bringing anything to their mouths. It was a performance, she realized, a carefully choreographed deception that everyone seemed to accept without question. What struck Bella most forcefully was the way they interacted with each other, the ease of their communication that required few words. They existed in their own bubble, separate from the rest of the students, and seemed content with that separation. Yet there was something in the way they held themselves, a wariness that suggested they were constantly aware of being watched, constantly performing the role of normal teenagers while being something else entirely underneath. When biology class arrived that afternoon, Bella made her way to the classroom with a strange nervousness fluttering in her chest. She had been assigned to sit at one of the lab tables, and as she entered the room, she saw that Edward Cullen occupied the other seat at her station. He sat rigidly in his chair, his body angled slightly away from the empty seat beside him, his expression neutral, but his posture suggesting tension held carefully in check. As Bella approached the table, something extraordinary happened. Edward's entire body went rigid, his hands gripping the edge of the black lab table with such force that his knuckles turned white. His expression transformed from neutral politeness to something that looked remarkably like horror or disgust. He leaned as far away from her as possible while remaining in his seat. His jaw clenched so tightly that the muscles stood out in sharp relief against his pale skin. For one long moment he simply stared at her with an expression of such intense emotion that Bella felt physically struck by it, unable to identify whether what she saw in his face was hatred or pain or some combination of both. The teacher, Mr. Banner, called the class to order and began his lecture on cellular anatomy, but Bella heard none of it. Every particle of her awareness focused on the figure sitting rigid beside her, radiating tension like heat from a furnace. Edward did not look at her again, did not speak to her, or acknowledge her presence in any way, yet she remained acutely conscious of him, of the way he held his breath for impossibly long periods, of how his hands never released their death grip on the edge of the table. The hour crawled past with agonizing slowness. Bella tried to focus on the teacher's words, tried to take notes on the material being presented, but her mind kept circling back to the mystery of Edward Cullen's reaction. She had done nothing to provoke such a response, had merely walked into the classroom and taken her assigned seat, yet he had reacted as though she had struck him or threatened him in some fundamental way. When the bell finally rang to signal the end of class, Edward was out of his seat and through the door before Bella had even closed her notebook, moving with a speed that seemed almost inhuman. The encounter left Bella shaken and confused. She replayed those first moments in her mind throughout the rest of the day, trying to understand what had provoked such a visceral reaction. Had she offended him somehow? Did she smell bad? The thought brought a flush of embarrassment to her cheeks, though she knew logically that her hygiene was perfectly adequate. Perhaps he simply disliked her on sight, though that seemed a strange conclusion given that they had never spoken a word to each other. When Bella arrived at school the following morning, she learned from Jessica that Edward Cullen had gone to the office after biology class and attempted to switch to a different science course or change his schedule in some way that would remove him from their shared class. The administration had refused, all other courses being full, and he had left the building immediately afterward. This information only deepened the mystery and heightened Bella's sense of having somehow transgressed against him without understanding how or why. Edward Cullen did not return to school for the rest of that week. His absence felt pointed, deliberate, and Bella found herself irrationally bothered by it. She told herself it was ridiculous to be affected by the reaction of someone she had never even spoken to, yet she could not shake the image of his horrified expression from her mind. The other students seemed unsurprised by his absence, treating it as just another example of the Cullens' strange behavior. But to Bella, it felt personal in a way she could not adequately explain. The weekend brought a welcome respite from the confusion of school. Charlie mentioned that Billy Black wanted to visit, and Bella remembered Billy from her childhood summers. Charlie's best friend who lived on the nearby Quileute reservation at La Push. Billy arrived in his wheelchair, pushed by his son Jacob, whom Bella had not seen since they were children. The years had transformed Jacob from a chubby, cheerful child into a tall teenager with long black hair and a wide, friendly smile that lit up his entire face. While Charlie and Billy watched a basketball game and argued good-naturedly about various plays and calls, Bella and Jacob retreated to the relative quiet of the kitchen. Jacob's easy manner and genuine friendliness provided a stark contrast to the social complexities of school, and Bella found herself relaxing in his company. They talked about his school on the reservation, about her experiences at Forks High, about cars and books, and the mutual awkwardness of being teenagers expected to make small talk with someone they barely remembered. When Monday arrived, Bella steeled herself for another biology class sitting next to an empty chair, but Edward Cullen had returned. He sat at their lab table as though nothing unusual had happened, his expression polite and neutral, and when Bella took her seat beside him, he turned to her with a smile that stopped her breath in her chest. The change was so complete, so total, that she wondered if she had imagined the horror of their first encounter. He introduced himself with perfect courtesy, apologized for being rude the previous week, and blamed his behavior on an off day. His voice carried a quality that Bella could only describe as musical, each word perfectly modulated and carefully chosen. He asked about her experiences adjusting to Forks, expressed polite interest in her life in Phoenix, made small talk with the ease of someone who had spent years perfecting the art of pleasant conversation. Yet something in his eyes suggested that this charm came at a cost, that maintaining this facade of normalcy required effort and control. His eyes were different too, she noticed. No longer the black that had so struck her before, but a strange golden brown that seemed to catch and reflect the light. Over the following days, Edward maintained this careful politeness whenever they interacted. He answered her questions about assignments, made observations about the material they studied, treated her with the same distant courtesy he showed to everyone else. Yet Bella sensed something beneath the surface, a tension that never quite dissipated, as though he constantly monitored himself and his reactions to her presence. Sometimes she would catch him staring at her with an expression she could not decipher, only to have him immediately look away when their eyes met. The mystery of Edward Cullen consumed more of Bella's thoughts than she cared to admit. She found herself watching him in the cafeteria, observing how he interacted with his family, noting the small details that seemed slightly off about all of them, the way they never ate their food, the way they moved with that odd grace, the paleness of their skin and the strange color of their eyes, the way other students gave them a wide berth, as though some instinct warned them to maintain distance from the beautiful Cullens. January gave way to February, and with it came a light snowfall that transformed Forks into a winter wonderland that lasted approximately 12 hours before the rain returned to wash the white powder into grey slush. On one of these cold mornings, Bella arrived at school to find the parking lot covered in black ice, treacherous and nearly invisible. She moved carefully from her truck toward the school building, conscious of her natural clumsiness and the danger presented by the slick surface. The squeal of tires reached her ears a moment before she registered the actual threat. Tyler Crowley's van had hit a patch of ice and was skidding across the parking lot, completely out of control, sliding directly toward where Bella stood, frozen between two parked cars. Time seemed to slow as her mind processed what was happening, understanding that she had nowhere to go, no time to move, that the van was going to crush her against the truck behind her. Something hit her from the side with tremendous force, knocking her to the ground and away from the van's path. She felt hands on her, heard the sound of metal crunching as the van hit the truck where she had been standing just moments before, and then found herself on the ground with Edward Cullen crouched over her, his hands pressed against the van that had somehow ended up directly beside them. One of his hands had left a dent in the metal body of the vehicle, a crater that showed the impression of his fingers pressed into solid steel, as though it were clay. Edward's face hovered inches from hers, his golden eyes burning with an intensity that made her forget the pain in her head where it had struck the pavement. For just a moment his expression showed something raw and unguarded, something that looked like anguish or fear, before the mask of careful control slammed back into place. He asked if she was okay, his voice urgent, and when she nodded he immediately withdrew, putting distance between them as other students rushed toward the scene of the accident. The next minutes passed in a blur of activity. Teachers appeared. An ambulance was called. Tyler Crowley emerged from his van, apologizing profusely and clearly shaken. Edward had somehow moved away from Bella and now stood near his own car on the far side of the parking lot, though she could not understand how he had gotten there so quickly. When she tried to explain to the gathering crowd that Edward had saved her, that he had been right beside her just moments ago, he denied it with perfect sincerity, insisting he had been nowhere near her, that she must have hit her head and become confused. The ambulance took both Bella and Tyler to the hospital as a precaution, and Bella spent the ride trying to make sense of what had happened. Edward had been standing next to his car. She was certain of it, at least 4 cars away from where she had been. Yet he had somehow crossed that distance in an instant, had knocked her out of the way with enough force to send her flying, had stopped the van with his bare hand. The impossibility of it made her head spin, yet she knew what she had seen, knew what had happened despite Edward's calm denials. At the hospital, Dr. Carlyle Cullen examined her with gentle efficiency. He was a man of striking appearance, looking far too young to have adopted 5 teenage children, his features holding the same impossible beauty that marked all the Cullens. His manner was kind and professional, his hands cool against her skin as he checked for injuries, but Bella found herself studying him with new eyes, searching for clues to explain the mystery that had taken root in her mind. Edward appeared in her examination room after his father had cleared her of any serious injury. He sat on the edge of a chair and looked at her with an expression of carefully controlled neutrality. And when she began to ask him about what had really happened, he cut her off with quiet firmness. She had hit her head, he explained patiently, and her memory of events had become confused. He had been standing right beside her when the van started to skid, had simply pulled her out of the way. Nothing more remarkable than that. His golden eyes held hers as he spoke, his voice carrying a hypnotic quality that almost made her believe him, almost convinced her that her memory was faulty. But Bella knew what she had seen. She knew he had been too far away, knew that no human could move that fast or hit with that much force. or leave a dent in solid metal with their bare hand. Edward Cullen had saved her life, but in doing so, he had revealed that he was something other than what he appeared to be, and no amount of reasonable explanation could erase that fundamental truth from her mind. The incident changed something between them. Where before Edward had maintained careful politeness, he now seemed torn between attraction and resistance, drawn to her despite what appeared to be his better judgment. Their conversations in biology grew longer, more personal, moving beyond simple small talk into territory that felt intimate and charged with unspoken meaning. He asked her questions about her life, her thoughts, her dreams, and listened to her answers with an intensity that suggested he was memorizing every word. Yet even as they grew closer, even as Bella found herself thinking about him constantly and looking forward to biology class with an eagerness that had nothing to do with cellular anatomy, Edward would sometimes pull back abruptly, treating her with cold formality that left her confused and hurt. It was as though he fought a constant internal battle, wanting to be near her while simultaneously believing he should stay away. The push and pull of his behavior kept Bella off balance, never certain where she stood with him or what he truly felt. February brought plans for a beach trip to La Push, and Jessica invited Bella to join a group of students for a day by the ocean. Bella agreed, partly because she genuinely liked Angela Weber and wanted to spend more time with her, and partly because she hoped the distraction might help her stop obsessing over Edward Cullen and his inexplicable behavior. When she mentioned the trip during biology class, she saw something flash across Edward's face, an expression she could not quite identify, before he suggested with studied casualness that she should be careful at La Push, that it might not be the safest place for her to visit. The warning struck Bella as strange, but before she could ask what he meant, Edward had changed the subject, turning the conversation towards safer topics. Yet the incident added another piece to the growing puzzle, another small mystery to add to all the others that surrounded the Cullens, and particularly Edward himself. Why would a beach be dangerous? What possible threat could exist at La Push that would warrant such a warning? The day of the beach trip arrived with typical Forks weather, grey skies, and a chill in the air that made the idea of swimming laughable. The group of students who made the drive to La Push consisted of Jessica, Angela, Mike Newton, Tyler Crowley, Eric Yorkie, and several others whose enthusiasm for the outing exceeded Bella's own. The reservation was beautiful despite the cold, the beach stretching out in a long curve bordered by driftwood logs, bleached white by salt and sun, the waves rolling in with steady rhythm against the rocky shore. Jacob Black appeared not long after they arrived, accompanied by two of his friends from the reservation, Quill Artiara and Embry Call. Jacob's face lit up when he saw Bella, and he immediately gravitated toward her, separating her from the Forks High group with an ease that suggested he had been waiting for an opportunity to talk to her alone. They walked along the beach together, Jacob's enthusiasm and natural warmth creating a comfortable atmosphere that required no effort to maintain. Bella decided to take a risk. She mentioned the Cullens, asked if Jacob knew anything about them, and watched his expression shift to something more guarded. The Cullens were not allowed at La Push, Jacob explained, his voice carrying a weight that suggested old agreements and older tensions. When Bella pressed for details, asking why they were banned from the reservation, Jacob glanced around to ensure they were out of earshot of the others before leaning in closer. What he told her sounded like fairy tales, like legends passed down through generations and embellished with each retelling. The Quiliote had stories about the cold ones, Jacob explained, about beautiful pale creatures who were not human, who drank blood and never aged. His ancestors had made a treaty with one such family long ago, agreeing to keep their secret as long as they stayed off Quiliote land and did not harm any humans. The Cullens, Jacob said with a strange mixture of skepticism and belief, were supposedly the same family from those old stories, though he personally thought the whole thing was superstitious nonsense. Bella listened with growing recognition, pieces clicking into place in her mind with terrible certainty. The beauty that seemed almost inhuman, the pale skin, the way they never ate, Edward's impossible speed and strength, the cold temperature of his skin when he had touched her during the accident. All of it suddenly made a horrible kind of sense when viewed through the lens of Jacob's stories, even though the rational part of her mind rejected the conclusion as impossible. She returned home that evening and immediately went to her computer, typing search terms into the browser with shaking hands. Vampires, cold ones, immortal beings who drank blood. The internet offered thousands of pages of folklore and fiction, but Bella sifted through them, searching for consistent details, for commonalities that appeared across different cultures and time periods. They could not go out in sunlight. They were impossibly strong and fast. They drank blood to survive. They were beautiful beyond human measures, using that beauty to lure their prey close before striking. The pieces assembled themselves into a picture that should have terrified her, should have sent her running in the opposite direction from Edward Cullen and his family. Yet instead of fear, Bella felt a strange sense of clarity, as though everything that had confused her about Edward now suddenly made perfect sense. The way he had reacted to her scent that first day in biology, his week-long absence, while he fought the urge her blood created in him, the constant control he maintained over himself in her presence, the warnings to stay away from him, all of it pointed toward one impossible conclusion. Edward Cullen was a vampire, and for reasons she could not fully understand, Bella found that knowledge liberating rather than frightening. At least now she knew what she was dealing with, even if she had no idea what to do with that knowledge, or how to reconcile the monster of legend with the boy who sat beside her in biology class and looked at her as though she was something precious and terrifying all at once. The knowledge that Edward Cullen was a vampire should have changed everything, should have sent Bella running back to Phoenix on the first available flight, but instead it crystallized her feelings into something sharper and more focused than before. She spent the weekend after the beach trip turning the revelation over in her mind, examining it from every angle, searching for fear that stubbornly refused to materialize. What she found instead was a strange sense of rightness, as though some part of her had recognized what Edward was from the very beginning and had been drawn to him not despite his nature, but because of it. Monday arrived with its usual grey skies and steady drizzle, and Bella drove to school with her heart beating faster than normal, uncertain how she would face Edward now that she knew his secret. Biology class loomed in her schedule, like a destination she had been traveling toward her entire life, and when she finally took her seat beside him, she found him watching her with an expression of such intensity that all her carefully prepared opening remarks vanished from her mind. Edward spoke first, his voice low and controlled, asking if she had enjoyed her trip to La Push. The question carried layers of meaning, and Bella understood that he knew she had learned something during her visit to the reservation, that somehow he sensed the change in her, even though she had said nothing aloud. She met his golden eyes and told him, yes, she had learned quite a bit. Actually, and watched as his expression shifted through several emotions too quickly to identify before settling into careful neutrality. After class, Edward asked her to walk with him, and they made their way out of the building into the weak afternoon light, moving away from the parking lot toward the forest that bordered the school grounds. When they were safely away from potential eavesdroppers, Edward turned to face her fully, and the mask of humanity he wore so carefully slipped just enough for her to see the predator underneath, ancient and powerful, and utterly inhuman. He told her the truth then, confirmed what she had already concluded, speaking the word vampire aloud in a voice that carried both challenge and resignation. He explained that he and his family were different from the traditional stories, that they did not hunt humans, that they survived on animal blood instead, a choice that required constant vigilance and control. He described what he was with unflinching honesty, emphasizing the danger he posed to her, the constant temptation her blood represented, the dozens of times he had imagined killing her even as he fought against that dark desire. Bella listened to his confession with a calmness that surprised them both. She asked questions, wanting to understand the specifics of his existence, and Edward answered with a thoroughness that suggested he had been waiting years for someone to ask, someone he could be honest with about the reality of his nature. He told her about Carlisle, his adoptive father, who had created this family of vegetarian vampires, who had transformed Edward in 1918 when Spanish influenza was ravaging Chicago and Edward lay dying at 17 years old. He explained that Carlisle had found him in a hospital where he worked, had recognized something in the dying boy that made him break his usual rule against creating new vampires. Edward's mother had died hours before, and her last request to Dr. Cullen had been to save her son in whatever way he could. Carlisle had taken Edward from the hospital and transformed him, giving him eternal life, but taking away his humanity in the process. Edward had been 17 years old, for over 90 years now, had lived through the Roaring Twenties and the Great Depression, had watched the world change around him while he remained frozen at the threshold of adulthood. The other members of his family had similar stories. Esme had been transformed in 1921 after throwing herself off a cliff in grief over the loss of her infant son. Rosalie had been attacked and left for dead in 1933, and Carlisle had found her and given her a second chance at existence, though she had never fully forgiven him for taking away her human life. Emmett had been mauled by a bear in 1935, and Rosalie had carried him hundreds of miles to Carlisle, begging him to save the dying man she had fallen in love with at first sight. Alice and Jasper had found the family later, drawn by Alice's visions of a future where they belonged with the Cullens. Alice remembered nothing of her human life, had awakened as a vampire in an asylum, with no memory of how she had gotten there or who had transformed her. Jasper carried the scars of a darker past, having spent decades in the vampire wars of the South before Alice found him and led him toward a more peaceful existence. He struggled more than the others with their vegetarian lifestyle, still learning the control that came naturally to those who had practiced it longer. Edward's ability to read minds set him apart, even among vampires. Every thought in every mind around him was accessible to him, a constant barrage of mental noise that he had learned to filter and manage over the decades. Every mind except Bella's. Her thoughts remained completely silent to him, opaque and unreadable, and this frustrating exception had contributed to his fascination with her from the moment she had walked into his biology class. He could not hear her thoughts, could not predict her reactions, could not know what she was thinking or feeling unless she chose to tell him. This explanation, delivered in the forest behind the school with rain beginning to fall around them should have been the end of whatever connection existed between them. Edward clearly expected his honesty to drive her away, expected her to run screaming, or at minimum to understand the danger and put distance between them. Instead, Bella stepped closer, closing the gap he had deliberately maintained, and told him that she trusted him, that she was not afraid of him, that whatever he was did not change how she felt about him. Edward looked at her as though she had delivered a physical blow, his expression caught between hope and horror. He tried one more time to make her understand the risk, explaining that her blood called to him more strongly than any he had ever encountered, that being near her required every ounce of his considerable self-control, that one moment of weakness could result in her death. He described what it felt like to sit beside her in class, breathing in her scent, fighting the burning thirst that her proximity created, and he did so in terms meant to frighten her into self-preservation. But Bella had already made her choice, had made it perhaps from the moment she first saw him in the cafeteria, and nothing he said could alter the fundamental truth that had taken root in her heart. She loved him, though she did not yet speak those words aloud, and his monstrous nature seemed less important than the kindness she saw in him, the struggle to be good despite every instinct pushing him toward darkness. He was trying to be better than his nature demanded, and that effort meant more to her than the danger he represented. Edward seemed to accept her decision with a mixture of relief and continued trepidation. He asked if she wanted to see what he really was, what sunlight did to his kind, and when she agreed, he told her to meet him on Saturday, giving her directions to a trail that led deep into the forest. The rest of the week passed in a strange sort of limbo, with both of them aware that something fundamental had shifted between them, but uncertain what shape their relationship would take, given the impossible circumstances. Saturday arrived with unexpected sunshine, a rare gift in Forks that had everyone in town emerging from their houses to make the most of the clear weather. Bella drove to the trailhead Edward had specified, parked her truck, and made her way into the forest following the path he had described. The hike took longer than she expected, winding upward through towering evergreens and thick undergrowth still wet from recent rain. But eventually she emerged into a hidden meadow that took her breath away. The clearing was carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vibrant against the deep green of the surrounding forest, and Edward stood in the center of it all, waiting for her. He had removed his shirt, and as Bella stepped fully into the sunlight, she understood why vampires could not move freely during the day. His skin caught the light and threw it back in thousands of brilliant sparkles, as though diamonds had been pressed into his flesh. He was beautiful and terrible all at once, clearly inhuman, marked by his nature in a way that could never be mistaken for anything mortal. He stood perfectly still as she approached, allowing her to see him fully, to understand exactly what he was. When she reached him, she raised her hand and touched his sparkling skin, feeling the hardness of it, the coldness that no amount of sunlight could warm. He was like marble, like stone, and she understood that his strength came from this supernatural density, that his body was designed for hunting and killing with efficiency that no human could match. Edward pulled away from her touch, his expression anguished, and in a display meant to emphasize his danger, he moved with vampire speed, appearing on the far side of the meadow in an instant, then in a tree above her, then back at her side so quickly her eyes could barely track the movement. He uprooted a tree with his bare hands, the thick trunk snapping like a twig, and hurled it across the clearing with enough force that it splintered against other trees with a sound like thunder. "And so the lion fell in love with the lamb," he said, his voice carrying both wonder and despair at the impossible situation they found themselves in. Bella responded with perfect honesty, telling him that he was a stupid lamb, and he laughed despite himself, some of the tension draining from his rigid posture. They spent the rest of that afternoon in the meadow, talking with an openness that neither of them had experienced before, sharing thoughts and feelings that went beyond the surface pleasantries most relationships were built upon. Edward wanted to know everything about her, asked questions about her childhood and her relationship with her parents, about her thoughts and dreams and fears. Bella found herself revealing things she had never told anyone, speaking honestly about the loneliness she had felt in Phoenix, about playing parent to her own mother, about feeling fundamentally different from everyone around her. Edward listened with complete attention, memorizing every detail, and in turn shared pieces of his own long existence, describing what it felt like to be frozen at 17 while decades passed, to watch humanity change and evolve while he remained eternally the same. The following days transformed Bella's life completely. Edward no longer maintained careful distance, instead claiming his place at her side with a possessiveness that would have alarmed her if it had come from anyone else. He sat with her at lunch, much to the shock of the entire student body, who had never seen any of the Cullens integrate themselves into the normal social fabric of the school. He drove her to and from school in his silver Volvo, which moved far faster than her old truck and smelled of leather and something indefinably Edward. Mike Newton's disappointment was palpable, his hopes for a relationship with Bella crashing against the reality of Edward's presence. But Bella found she could not regret the hurt in his eyes. She had never encouraged his attention, had tried to maintain friendly distance, and if he had built up expectations based on her politeness, that was not something she could take responsibility for. Jessica Stanley's reaction proved more complex, shifting between envy and fascination, her loyalty to Bella competing with her resentment that Bella had somehow captured the attention of the most desirable boy in school. Edward's family accepted Bella's presence in his life with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Alice embraced the relationship immediately, having apparently seen Bella's arrival in Edward's life through her visions of the future. She appointed herself as Bella's friend with the same intensity she brought to everything, chattering about fashion and plans, and pulling Bella into the Cullen orbit with determined cheerfulness. Emmett found the whole situation amusing, teasing Edward about falling for a human with good-natured mockery that suggested he approved, despite the unusual circumstances. Carlisle and Esme welcomed Bella with genuine warmth, both of them clearly relieved to see Edward forming connections after decades of isolation. Carlisle, in particular, seemed fascinated by Bella's acceptance of their nature, asking her questions about her thought process and her lack of fear with the curiosity of someone who had spent centuries trying to understand the boundaries between human and vampire existence. Jasper maintained careful distance, and Edward explained that Bella's humanity was particularly difficult for him, that the scent of human blood tested his control more than it did the others who had practiced their vegetarian lifestyle for longer. Bella made sure never to be alone with Jasper, understanding that his struggle was real and not wanting to tempt him unnecessarily. Rosalie's hostility proved more challenging to navigate. She made no effort to hide her resentment of Bella's presence, treating her with cold politeness that barely masked her anger. Edward explained that Rosalie's reaction stemmed from envy rather than personal dislike. Rosalie had never wanted to be a vampire, had mourned the loss of her human life, and the children she could never have, and seeing Bella choose to be near them, to voluntarily risk the very humanity Rosalie had lost against her will, felt like an insult to everything Rosalie had grieved. Edward invited Bella to visit the Cullen home, a beautiful modern structure that sat on the edge of a river deep in the forest, several miles from town. The house was all glass and pale wood, designed to bring the outside in, with enormous windows that would have made privacy impossible for anyone who actually needed it. But vampires had no such concerns, and the openness of the space reflected their lack of fear about being observed. The interior was elegantly furnished with an eclectic mix of pieces that spanned centuries, art and artifacts that the Cullens had collected during their long existence. A grand piano dominated one corner of the main room, and Edward played for Bella, his fingers moving across the keys with inhuman speed and precision, creating music so beautiful it brought tears to her eyes. He had been composing for 90 years, he explained, and music provided one of the few creative outlets that still held his interest after so many decades of existence. He showed her his room, which was not truly a bedroom since he never slept, but rather a space filled with the things he valued most. Thousands of CDs lined one wall, spanning every genre and era of recorded music. Books filled another wall, volumes in multiple languages that he had read and reread over the years. But what captured Bella's attention most was the collection of cars visible through the window, expensive vehicles that Edward drove at speeds that would horrify any police officer who managed to catch him. As March gave way to April, Bella's relationship with Edward deepened into something that consumed her entire existence. She thought of little else besides him, counting the hours until she could see him again, resenting any obligation that pulled them apart. Edward seemed equally obsessed, appearing at her window at night to watch her sleep, spending every possible moment in her presence, treating her with a mixture of adoration and terror that suggested he still could not quite believe she had chosen him despite knowing what he was. He explained that vampires mated for life, that when they found their perfect match, the bond was absolute and eternal. And while he hesitated to burden her with the intensity of his feelings, Bella could sense the depth of his commitment even when he tried to hold back. He loved her with a totality that terrified and thrilled her in equal measure, and she found herself falling deeper into him with every conversation, every touch, every moment they spent together. The mundane aspects of her life continued around this central obsession. She attended her classes, maintained her friendship with Angela, helped Charlie with dinner each evening, but all of it felt like performance, like playing a role while her real life existed in the hours she spent with Edward. Charlie noticed the change in her, commented on how much time she spent with the Cullen boy, but he seemed pleased that she had found someone to care about, that she appeared happy in Forks despite having moved there reluctantly. Edward's family scheduled a baseball game during an approaching thunderstorm, and Edward asked Bella to attend, explaining that they could only play during thunder because their enhanced strength sent the ball flying with such force that the crack of bat meeting ball would sound like explosions without the natural noise of the storm to cover it. Bella agreed, curious to see them in action, eager for any opportunity to spend time with Edward and to better understand his family. The game itself was a revelation. Vampires moving with impossible speed and grace, hitting balls that would have sailed for miles if Emmett and Edward had not been there to catch them. Alice pitched with perfect accuracy, Jasper fielded with preternatural precision, and Rosalie ran the bases faster than Bella's eyes could track. Esme served as umpire, calling plays with good humor, while Carlyle played with the enthusiasm of someone who still found joy in simple pleasures despite his centuries of existence. Bella watched from the sidelines, wrapped in one of Edward's jackets against the cold rain, marveling at the display of supernatural athleticism. This was what they truly were, beneath the careful human disguise. Creatures of immense power and beauty who existed in a world completely separate from normal human experience. Yet they were also a family, clearly bound by love and loyalty, playing a game for no reason except the simple pleasure of competition and shared activity. The game had just entered its 7th inning when Alice suddenly froze mid-pitch, her eyes going distant in the way that meant she was experiencing a vision. When she came back to herself, her expression carried alarm that sent immediate tension through all the Cullens. 3 vampires were coming, she reported. Nomads who were passing through the area and had heard the game and were curious enough to investigate. They would arrive in moments, and there was no time for Bella to escape before they reached the clearing. Edward pulled Bella behind him, his body rigid with protective tension, while the rest of his family arranged themselves in a loose formation that looked casual but was clearly defensive. Carlyle moved to the front, claiming the position of leadership, while Emmett and Jasper flanked him with the easy readiness of those prepared for violence if it became necessary. Alice and Rosalie took positions closer to Bella, creating a second line of defense, and Esme stood slightly apart, her gentle nature at odds with the sudden danger of the situation. The 3 nomads emerged from the forest with the fluid grace of their kind, and Bella's first impression was of how wild they appeared compared to the Cullens. Where Edward's family dressed in modern clothes and styled their hair and made every effort to blend into human society, these 3 looked feral, their clothing old and worn, their hair long and unkempt, their movements carrying an untamed quality that spoke of centuries spent outside civilization's influence. The leader was a male with dark skin and dreadlocks who introduced himself as Laurent. He spoke with a French accent and carried himself with a confidence that suggested significant age and power. Beside him stood a female with wild red hair and an expression of sharp intelligence, her eyes constantly moving as she assessed the Cullens and their defensive formation. The 3rd member of their group was a male, with light brown hair, pulled back into a ponytail, and something about him set off every alarm in Bella's mind, even before Edward's body went impossibly more rigid in front of her. Laurent expressed surprise and curiosity at finding such a large coven living permanently in one area, commenting that such arrangements were unusual among their kind. Carlyle explained their lifestyle with calm courtesy, making clear that they posed no threat, but also demonstrating through his family's positioning that they were fully capable of defending their territory if necessary. Laurent seemed intrigued by the concept of vegetarian vampires, though his companions showed varying reactions to this revelation. The female, Victoria, appeared amused by the idea, her smile carrying sharp edges that suggested she found the concept of drinking animal blood to be somewhere between ridiculous and entertaining. But it was James who captured Bella's terrified attention, his entire focus shifting to her with an intensity that made her blood run cold. He was a tracker, Edward would explain later, a vampire whose greatest pleasure came from the hunt. And in that moment, when the wind shifted and carried Bella's scent directly to him, she saw his eyes go black with hunting instinct. Everything happened very quickly after that. James moved toward Bella with predatory focus, and Edward's entire family responded instantly, arranging themselves into a true defensive formation with Bella at the center. The casual friendliness of the encounter evaporated into tense standoff, with Laurent attempting to defuse the situation while Victoria watched with calculating interest, and James fixated on Bella with the single-minded intensity of a predator who had just identified his prey. Carlyle spoke with firm authority, making clear that Bella was under their protection, that any move against her would be considered an attack against the entire Cullen family. Lauren quickly grasped the situation and agreed to leave peacefully, and after a long moment where violence seemed inevitable, James allowed himself to be pulled away by his companions. But as they disappeared back into the forest, Bella saw James glance back at her one final time, and the expression on his face promised that this was far from over, the game forgotten. The Cullens moved immediately into crisis mode. James was a tracker, Edward explained with barely controlled panic. One of the most dangerous types of vampires because nothing else mattered to him once he had locked onto prey. He would not stop, would not give up, would pursue Bella relentlessly until he succeeded in killing her or was destroyed himself. The hunt was everything to him, the only thing that gave his existence meaning, and Bella's scent had triggered his instincts in a way that made her his target. Regardless of the danger the Cullens presented, they had to leave Forks immediately. Edward insisted, had to get Bella away from Charlie and Renee, away from anyone James might use against her. The family split up, some returning to the house to gather supplies, while others stayed with Bella, never leaving her unprotected for even a moment. Edward drove with reckless speed back toward town, his hands gripping the steering wheel with enough force to dent it, his expression carrying such anguish that Bella reached out to touch his arm despite her own terror. This was his fault, Edward said, his voice rough with self-recrimination. He had known the danger of involving himself with a human, had understood that his world would eventually threaten her, and now his selfishness had put her directly in the path of a hunter who would not stop until she was dead. Bella tried to argue that none of this was his fault, that James's hunting instinct was not something Edward could have predicted or prevented. But Edward refused to absolve himself of responsibility. The Cullen house became a command center, with the family working together to develop a strategy for protecting Bella while dealing with the threat James represented. They had to assume that James was tracking her, that he was watching the house even now, waiting for an opportunity to separate her from her protectors. Laurent had returned to offer information, explaining that he wanted no part of James's hunt and was leaving Victoria and James to pursue their own path. He warned them that James was one of the most lethal trackers he had ever encountered, that his success rate was essentially perfect, that he had never failed to catch prey once he had committed to a hunt. The family made their plans with military precision. Rosalie and Esme would wear Bella's clothing and drive her truck to create a false trail leading away from Forks. Alice and Jasper would take Bella south, keeping her moving and hidden while staying in constant communication. Emmett and Carlyle would join Edward in hunting James, trying to eliminate the threat before he could get close to Bella. It was the best strategy they could devise given the circumstances, though everyone understood that James had the advantage of surprise and single-minded purpose. Bella had to return home briefly to convince Charlie she was leaving, to create a story that would explain her sudden departure without revealing the truth. Edward coached her through the lies she would need to tell, and though it broke her heart to see the hurt on Charlie's face when she claimed she was going back to Phoenix, when she deliberately echoed the words Renee had used years before when leaving him, Bella understood the necessity of driving him away for his own protection. The look on Charlie's face as she walked out the door would haunt her, But Edward's hand in hers reminded her why she was doing this, reminded her that James would not hesitate to kill anyone close to her if it served his purpose. Charlie's hurt feelings could heal, but his death would be permanent, and Bella refused to allow her father to become collateral damage in a supernatural hunt she had never asked to be part of. As Alice and Jasper loaded her into a stolen car and prepared to drive through the night toward Phoenix, Bella took one last look at Forks through the rear window. The town that had seemed like a prison when she first arrived had become home, and Edward had transformed from a dangerous mystery into the person she loved more than life itself. Now she was running for her life, pursued by a monster who would not stop until he destroyed her, and the future that had seemed so bright just hours ago now appeared fragile and terrifyingly uncertain. The drive through the night felt endless, miles of highway disappearing beneath the wheels of the stolen Mercedes, while Bella sat in the back seat, watching the darkness beyond the windows. Alice drove with inhuman precision, her hands steady on the wheel, her eyes occasionally going distant as she searched the future for any sign of James's approach. Jasper sat rigid in the passenger seat, his entire body tense with the effort of managing not only his own emotions, but the fear radiating from Bella in waves that his empathic abilities made impossible to ignore. They stopped only once for gas, and even then Alice never left the vehicle unattended, pumping fuel with one hand while keeping the other on the car door, ready to leap back inside at the first sign of danger. Jasper positioned himself between Bella and the gas station, his body language screaming threat to anyone who might have considered approaching. The attendant inside the station took one look at them and wisely decided to stay behind his counter, accepting Alice's cash payment through the window without comment. As dawn broke over the Arizona desert, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that Bella had not seen since leaving Phoenix, they pulled into an anonymous hotel on the outskirts of the city. Alice checked them in using false names and cash, avoiding any paper trail that James might follow, while Jasper escorted Bella directly to their room on the second floor. The accommodations were basic: 2 beds and a television and curtains that Alice immediately closed against the morning light. Edward called every hour, his voice tight with barely controlled panic, as he demanded updates on Bella's status and reported on their own unsuccessful attempts to track James. The nomad vampire had proven frustratingly elusive, disappearing completely from the area around Forks and leaving no trail that even Edward's tracking abilities could follow. Victoria had vanished as well, and the Cullens operated under the assumption that she and James had split up to cover more ground, to search for Bella from multiple directions at once. Carlyle's voice came over the phone during one call, his tone carrying the calm authority of someone who had spent centuries dealing with crisis situations. He explained that they had contacted other vampire covens, putting out word through the supernatural community that James was hunting under their protection, hoping that social pressure might convince him to abandon the chase. But tracking vampires operated outside normal vampire politics, Carlyle admitted, their obsession with the hunt overriding any concern for consequences or social standing. The hours crawled past with agonizing slowness. Alice sat perfectly still in a chair by the window, her eyes distant more often than not as she continually scanned possible futures for any sign of James's approach. Jasper paced the small room like a caged animal, his discomfort with being in such close quarters with a human obvious in every rigid line of his body. Bella tried to read, tried to watch television, tried anything to distract herself from the crushing fear that pressed down on her chest with every breath. But concentration proved impossible. When her phone rang, displaying her mother's number, Bella's first instinct was to ignore it. Renee had no place in this nightmare, should remain safely ignorant of the supernatural danger that had invaded her daughter's life. But the phone continued ringing, insistent and impossible to dismiss. And finally Bella answered, if only to assure her mother that she was fine and discourage any attempt to reach her. The voice that came through the phone was Renee's, but the words were not. Her mother spoke calmly, pleasantly, as though reading from a script, explaining that she was with a friend of Bella's and that Bella should come to her old ballet studio, the one where she had taken lessons as a child. She should come alone, the voice said with Renee's inflection, should not bring her friends or call for help, because any deviation from these instructions would result in unfortunate consequences for her mother. The world contracted to the sound of that voice, to the terrible understanding that James had somehow gotten to Renee, that Bella's worst fear had materialized despite all the Cullens' careful planning. Alice's hand shot out and grabbed the phone from Bella's grasp before she could respond, and Jasper moved to block the door with his body, correctly anticipating that Bella's first instinct would be to run immediately to her mother's rescue. Alice closed her eyes, searching the future with desperate intensity, and when she opened them again, her expression carried both fury and confusion. She could not see James, she explained, could not track his decisions the way she could with most others, as though something about his mind made him invisible to her visions. But she could see Bella, could see the paths her decisions might take, and in every future where Bella went to that ballet studio alone, Alice saw only darkness and death. They had to call Edward, had to tell the others what had happened, but Bella knew with terrible certainty that by the time they arrived, it would be too late. James had planned this perfectly, had somehow tracked down Renee and used her as bait, knowing that Bella would sacrifice herself without hesitation to save her mother. The trap was elegant in its simplicity, and Bella could see no way out that did not result in either her death or Renee's. Alice spoke urgently into her phone, reporting the situation to Edward, and even from across the room Bella could hear his anguished response, the sound of something breaking in the background as he lost control of his carefully maintained composure. He was hours away. Carlyle's voice cut in with forced calm, but they were coming, were already moving, would reach Phoenix as quickly as physically possible. Alice was to keep Bella at the hotel, was not to let her out of sight under any circumstances, was to wait for backup before taking any action. But Bella had already made her decision. She waited until Alice ended the call, waited until Jasper moved slightly away from the door to whisper something to Alice, and then she moved. She ran for the bathroom, locked the door behind her, and climbed out the window before either vampire could stop her. She heard Alice's cry of alarm, heard the door splinter as Jasper tore it from its hinges, but by then she was already dropping to the ground outside and running for the parking lot, where a taxi had just pulled in to drop off another hotel guest. She threw herself into the back seat and gave the driver the address of the ballet studio, her voice shaking but clear, and as the taxi pulled away, she saw Alice appear in the hotel doorway, her face twisted with fury and fear. Their eyes met for just a moment, and Bella tried to convey everything she felt in that brief connection, all her gratitude and love and desperate hope that they would understand why she had to do this, why saving her mother's life mattered more than her own survival. The drive to the ballet studio took 20 minutes. It felt like both an eternity and no time at all. Bella watched the familiar streets of Phoenix roll past the windows, neighborhoods she had known her entire life, now taking on the quality of a dream, surreal and slightly wrong. The studio occupied a small strip mall that had seen better days, wedged between a nail salon that had closed years ago and a laundromat that never seemed to have any customers. She had taken lessons here as a child, had spent countless hours in that mirrored room learning positions and movements that her naturally clumsy body had struggled to master. She paid the taxi driver with shaking hands, counting out bills from her wallet while trying to keep her breathing steady. The studio's door stood slightly ajar, and as Bella pushed it open, the familiar smell of old wood and rosin washed over her, triggering memories of childhood so vivid they felt like physical blows. The reception area was dark, and beyond it, the main studio space waited in shadows, broken only by the pale light filtering through the high windows. Bella called out for her mother, her voice echoing in the empty space, and from the shadows came a sound that made her blood freeze. Laughter, male and genuinely amused, followed by the click of a television being turned on. The screen flickered to life, and Bella found herself watching a home video, old footage of her mother walking through what appeared to be their house in Phoenix, the camera following her movements as she talked on the phone and gestured with her free hand. James emerged from the shadows with predatory grace, his expression carrying satisfaction so profound it seemed almost like joy. He explained his deception with the pride of someone describing a particularly clever move in a complex game. He had never had Renee, had simply reviewed old home videos he had found in Bella's house and played the audio over the phone, counting on Bella's panic to prevent her from recognizing that her mother's words were generic enough to have come from any casual conversation. The trap had worked perfectly, he observed, and Bella had walked into it exactly as predicted. The realization that her mother was safe, that Renee remained ignorant and unharmed in Florida with Phil, brought a relief so intense it nearly drove Bella to her knees. But that relief lasted only a moment before the full reality of her situation crashed down upon her. She was alone with a vampire who had spent weeks tracking her, who had orchestrated this entire scenario for the sole purpose of killing her, and no one knew where she was or would arrive in time to save her. James circled her with the lazy confidence of a predator who knew his prey had nowhere to run. He explained that he had been tracking Edward's movements, had known the Cullens would take Bella somewhere they considered safe, had simply waited and watched until her location revealed itself. The ballet studio had been inspired guesswork based on research into Bella's past, and he seemed particularly pleased with himself for this deduction. He had set up a video camera in the corner of the room, he noted casually, because he wanted to record what came next, wanted to preserve this hunt for his own enjoyment, and also to send to Edward as proof of what happened when vampires involved themselves with humans. Bella tried to run, instinct overriding logic, but James was on her before she had taken 3 steps. His hand closed around her wrist with crushing force, and she felt the bones crunch under his grip, heard herself scream with pain that whited out her vision for several seconds. He threw her across the room as casually as someone might toss aside a piece of paper, and she crashed into the mirrors that lined one wall, glass shattering around her as she fell among the shards. Blood welled up from dozens of cuts, and James's eyes went black as the scent reached him. He moved toward her with inhuman speed, and Bella scrambled backward through the broken glass, her hands slicing open on the sharp edges, her injured wrist sending waves of agony up her arm with every movement. She knew she was going to die, understood that nothing could save her now, and her only coherent thought was a desperate hope that Edward would somehow forgive himself for what was about to happen. James grabbed her by the hair and yanked her upward, and Bella found herself staring into a face that had abandoned all pretense of humanity. His features had sharpened, his lips pulling back to reveal teeth that seemed longer and more pointed than they had moments before. And when he leaned in close, she could feel the unnatural coldness radiating from his skin. He told her that he was going to make this last, that he had waited too long and worked too hard to end it quickly, and his hand moved to her throat with casual violence that promised extended suffering. The bite, when it came, was not where Bella expected. Instead of her throat, James sank his teeth into her wrist, the one he had already broken, and the pain of it eclipsed everything else in her awareness. Fire erupted from the wound, spreading up her arm with a burning intensity that made the physical injuries seem insignificant by comparison. Venom, some distant part of her mind recognized. Vampire venom entering her bloodstream and beginning the transformation that would turn her into one of them. But James had no intention of allowing that transformation to complete. He released her wrist and stepped back, watching with scientific interest as she collapsed among the broken glass, her body beginning to convulse as the venom spread through her system. He explained almost conversationally that he would wait until the venom had brought her to the edge of transformation and then kill her, timing it perfectly to maximize her suffering. It was an art form, he claimed, knowing exactly how long to wait before delivering the final blow. The burning in Bella's wrist intensified with every passing second, fire spreading through her veins and consuming her from the inside out. She could not focus, could not think beyond the overwhelming pain, and the world around her began to dissolve into a haze of agony, punctuated by James's voice describing what he was doing to her, as though narrating for the camera he had so carefully positioned. The studio door exploded inward with enough force to tear it completely from its hinges, and suddenly Edward was there, moving faster than Bella's pain-hazed vision could track. He hit James with the force of a freight train, and the two vampires crashed together in a tangle of movement too rapid for human eyes to follow. The sound of their collision was tremendous, like cars crashing, and chunks of the studio's walls crumbled as their fighting bodies slammed into them repeatedly. Carlyle appeared at Bella's side, his cool hands on her face as he examined her injuries with professional efficiency, despite the chaos of Edward and James fighting just yards away. Emmett and Jasper joined the battle, 3 vampires against 1, and though James was a skilled fighter, he stood no chance against their combined strength. They tore him apart with brutal efficiency, and Emmett gathered the pieces to burn them, ensuring that James could never regenerate from his injuries. But Bella barely registered any of this, her entire awareness consumed by the fire spreading from her wrist. It had reached her elbow, was climbing toward her shoulder, and she could feel it beginning to approach her heart. Once it reached her heart, the transformation would become irreversible. Carlyle's voice cut through her haze of pain to explain, and they had only minutes to make a decision. Edward dropped to his knees beside her, his face streaked with something dark that might have been James's venom, his expression carrying an anguish so profound it penetrated even through Bella's pain. Carlyle was explaining something about options, about how they could let the transformation continue or attempt to stop it, but Edward was not listening. His eyes were locked on Bella's face, his hands hovering over her, as though he wanted to touch her, but feared causing more damage. The choice came down to Edward, Carlyle said, with quiet authority. Edward would have to suck the venom from her wound, would have to trust himself to stop before he drained her completely, would have to fight every instinct that told him to drink from the source of the most appealing blood he had ever encountered. If he failed, if he took too much or could not stop himself, Bella would die. If he succeeded, she would remain human, but the physical injuries would still require immediate medical attention. Edward's face twisted with indecision, with the terrible understanding of what was being asked of him. Carlyle placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke with the voice of a father to a son, reminding him that he had spent 90 years building his control, that he was strong enough to do this, that Bella's life depended on his ability to master the monster within himself. Alice appeared in Bella's limited field of vision, her small hand gripping Edward's arm as she added her own encouragement, her voice fierce with certainty that he could do what needed to be done. The burning had reached Bella's shoulder, was spreading toward her heart with inexorable progress, and Edward finally moved. He lifted her wounded wrist to his mouth and bit down at the site where James had injected his venom and began to draw the poison from her bloodstream. Bella felt the suction, felt the pulling sensation that competed with the burning, and for a moment the two sensations warred within her body, creating a confusion of signals that her overwhelmed nervous system could not process. The burning began to recede, slowly at first and then with increasing speed, as Edward drew the venom out of her system. But with each pull, each draw of her blood, his expression grew more strained, his control more tenuous. Carlyle watched him with the intensity of someone ready to intervene, counting seconds in his head, monitoring Edward's responses for any sign that he was losing the battle with his thirst. Time stretched and warped, seconds feeling like hours as Edward fought against every instinct he possessed. Bella could see the struggle in his face, could see him teetering on the edge of losing control, could see the moment when the monster within him rose up and demanded that he continue drinking, that he drain her completely and satisfy the thirst that her blood created in him. But she also saw the moment when his love for her proved stronger than his nature, when he chose her life over his own satisfaction, when he pulled away from her wrist, despite every cell in his body screaming at him to continue. Carlyle immediately took over, applying pressure to the wound and examining her other injuries with professional detachment that masked his concern. Edward collapsed beside Bella, his entire body shaking with the effort of what he had just done, his expression haunted by how close he had come to killing her himself. He was speaking, apologizing over and over in a voice broken with self-recrimination, but Bella could not form words to respond, her consciousness beginning to slip away as blood loss and shock combined to pull her down into darkness. The ambulance arrived with sirens that penetrated her fading awareness, and Bella found herself being lifted onto a stretcher by paramedics, who seemed confused by the injuries they were treating and the story Carlyle fed them about a fall through a window. The ride to the hospital was a blur of pain and fear, and Edward's cold hand holding hers with desperate gentleness. And then she was in an emergency room with bright lights overhead and voices calling out medical terminology she did not understand. When she woke, it was to the steady beep of hospital monitors and the uncomfortable pressure of an IV line in her arm. Her wrist was encased in a cast, and when she tried to move, she discovered that various other parts of her body were similarly wrapped or splintered. Edward sat in a chair beside her bed, and the expression on his face when he saw her eyes open carried such profound relief that it immediately brought tears to her own eyes. He started to speak, to apologize, to blame himself for everything that had happened, but Bella cut him off with the simple observation that she was alive, that he had saved her, that none of this was his fault. James had made his own choices, had orchestrated the entire scenario, and Edward's presence in her life had not created the danger, but rather provided the only possible salvation from it. She was alive because of him, not in spite of him, and she would not allow him to twist that truth into something else. Renee arrived from Florida in a state of near hysteria, having received a call from the hospital about her daughter's condition, with no understanding of how Bella had ended up in Phoenix, or what had actually caused her injuries. Bella, coached by Alice, who appeared and disappeared from the hospital room like a ghost, fed her mother a story about tripping down some stairs at her friend's house and falling through a window. Renee accepted this explanation with the same trusting nature that had always characterized her relationship with her daughter, never questioning why Bella had not mentioned visiting a friend, or why that friend was not present at the hospital. Charlie arrived the next day, his face drawn with worry that deepened into something approaching anger when he saw the extent of Bella's injuries. He demanded explanations, wanted details about how this accident had occurred, and Bella could see him struggling with the desire to blame Edward for what had happened, despite having no logical reason to do so. Edward bore this scrutiny with patience born of genuine guilt, making no attempt to defend himself even when Charlie's questions turned accusatory. The physical healing took weeks, her broken wrist requiring surgery to set properly, the cuts from broken glass needing stitches that would leave scars, her bruised ribs making every breath painful for days after the attack. But the psychological impact cut deeper and would take far longer to fade. Bella found herself jumping at sudden noises, found her sleep plagued by nightmares where James's face loomed over her, and Edward did not arrive in time to save her. Edward blamed himself with a thoroughness that no amount of reassurance could diminish. He should have stayed away from her, he insisted, should have recognized that his world would inevitably bring danger into her life. He spoke seriously about leaving Forks, about removing himself from her life for her own protection, and only Bella's fierce opposition prevented him from actually following through on this plan. She made him promise, made him swear that he would not make decisions about their relationship without consulting her, that he would not use this incident as justification for abandoning her. The prom approached while Bella was still recovering, and she had no interest in attending, her injuries providing a perfect excuse to avoid an event she would have dreaded even under normal circumstances. But Edward surprised her by insisting they go, by explaining that he wanted to give her some piece of normal teenage experience, some memory that was not tainted by supernatural violence and near-death experiences. Alice supported this plan enthusiastically, producing a dress that was both beautiful and accommodating of Bella's cast and residual injuries. The prom itself took place in the school gymnasium, transformed by paper decorations and colored lights into something that almost resembled elegance. Bella, still recovering and moving carefully to avoid stressing her healing injuries, felt ridiculous in her formal dress and medical boot, but Edward looked at her as though she were the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. They danced, or rather Edward held her and moved them both in a gentle sway that accommodated her limited mobility, and for a few hours Bella allowed herself to feel like a normal teenage girl at a normal school dance with a normal boyfriend. But as Edward drove her home after the dance, as they sat in his car in Charlie's driveway and talked about nothing in particular, Bella brought up the subject that had been consuming her thoughts for weeks. She wanted him to change her, she explained, wanted to become a vampire so that she could be with him forever without the constant risk that her humanity created. The transformation would solve so many problems, would make her strong enough to defend herself, would remove the temptation her blood created for other vampires, would allow them to be together as equals, rather than as predator and prey. Edward refused with immediate finality, his expression hardening into stubborn determination. He would not end her life, he said, would not condemn her to the existence he endured, would not take away her humanity and her soul for his own selfish desire to keep her. She deserved to live a normal human life, to grow old and have children and experience all the things that vampires could never have. His love for her demanded that he protect her humanity, even if that meant eventually letting her go. The conversation escalated into their first real argument, with Bella insisting that the choice should be hers, and Edward maintaining that he would not be the instrument of her transformation, regardless of what she wanted. They reached an impasse, neither willing to concede, and when Bella finally went inside her house, she did so angry and frustrated and more determined than ever to find a way to convince him. But even as she lay in her bed that night, her body still aching from injuries that were taking too long to fully heal, Bella understood that Edward's refusal came from love, even if she disagreed with his reasoning. He wanted to protect her, wanted to preserve her humanity, because he believed it to be precious. And while she found his position infuriating, she could not help but be moved by the depth of feeling behind it. He loved her enough to eventually let her go if that was what her happiness required, and she loved him too much to ever actually leave. The story of James's hunt would become part of the fabric of their relationship, a shared trauma that bound them together even as it highlighted the fundamental differences in their natures. Bella had looked death in the face and survived, had felt the burning of vampire venom and been pulled back from the edge of transformation, and the experience had left her changed in ways that went beyond the physical scars she would carry for the rest of her human life. She understood now in a visceral way exactly what Edward was, exactly what danger his world contained, and that knowledge only strengthened her resolve to be part of that world. Regardless of the cost, summer arrived in Forks with only marginally better weather than the rest of the year, the rain diminishing to a persistent mist that hung in the air like suspended droplets that never quite decided whether to fall. Bella's physical injuries healed slowly, the cast coming off her wrist to reveal skin pale from weeks of confinement, the scars from broken glass fading to thin white lines that traced across her arms like a roadmap of her encounter with James. But the psychological impact of that night in the ballet studio proved more resistant to healing, manifesting in nightmares that jerked her awake, gasping in hypervigilant responses to sudden movements that she could not entirely control. Edward's presence became both comfort and concern during these months. He was always there, appearing at her window each night to watch over her sleep, his cold hand holding hers when nightmares pulled her from rest. His protectiveness intensified to levels that might have felt suffocating if Bella had not understood the guilt driving it, the self-recrimination that colored his every interaction with her. He blamed himself completely for what had happened, and no amount of logical argument could convince him that James's actions were not a direct consequence of Edward's decision to involve himself with a human. As summer faded into early autumn, and Bella's 18th birthday approached in September, Edward's behavior began to shift in ways she could not quite identify. He remained attentive and loving, but something in his eyes carried a distance that had not been there before, as though part of him was already pulling away, even as his body remained at her side. When she questioned him about it, he deflected with practiced ease, insisting that nothing was wrong, that she was imagining things, but Bella's instincts told her otherwise. "Alice," with her usual enthusiasm for celebrations, insisted on throwing a birthday party despite Bella's protests that she wanted nothing to do with marking the passage into official adulthood. The party would be small, Alice promised. Just the Cullen family at their house. Nothing elaborate or uncomfortable. Bella agreed reluctantly, unable to refuse Alice's excitement, and knowing that resistance would only delay the inevitable rather than prevent it entirely. September 13th arrived with the typical grey skies and light rain that characterized Forks in early autumn. Bella drove to the Cullen house after school, her stomach tight with anxiety that had nothing to do with the party itself and everything to do with the strange tension she sensed in Edward. The house was decorated with an elegance that only Alice could achieve. White flowers and silver ribbons, transforming the already beautiful space into something that belonged in a magazine spread rather than a birthday party for someone who would have been perfectly content with cake and a quiet evening. The family gathered in the main room, and Bella found herself the center of attention in a way that made her deeply uncomfortable. Carlyle and Esme presented their gifts with warm affection, treating her as though she were already part of the family. Emmett made jokes that eased some of the tension, his good-natured teasing reminding her that despite their supernatural nature, the Cullens were still recognizably a family. Rosalie maintained her usual cool distance, but even she seemed to soften slightly in the festive atmosphere, offering a small smile that Bella chose to interpret as progress in their difficult relationship. Alice presented her gift last. A small wrapped package that contained a stereo system, far too expensive for Bella to accept comfortably. As Bella protested the extravagance, Alice waved away her concerns with characteristic dismissiveness, insisting that money meant nothing to vampires who had accumulated wealth over decades, and that Bella should simply accept the gesture in the spirit it was intended. While opening the package, Bella gave herself a paper cut on the edge of the wrapping, a tiny injury so minor she barely registered it before a single drop of blood welled up on her finger. The reaction was instantaneous and terrifying. Jasper, who had been standing near the back of the room, maintaining his usual careful distance, suddenly lunged forward with a snarl that revealed his true nature in all its predatory glory. His eyes went black, his lips pulled back from his teeth, and his entire body coiled to spring at Bella with lethal intent. Edward moved faster than thought, throwing himself between Jasper and Bella, with enough force that both vampires crashed backward into the piano, the instrument producing a discordant crash as its frame buckled under the impact. Bella stumbled backward in shock and collided with the table holding the remaining gifts and decorations. The table tipped, glass vases and crystal decorations sliding to the floor and shattering around her feet. She instinctively reached out to catch herself, and her palm came down on broken glass, opening a deep gash that sent blood flowing freely down her arm. The scent of it filled the room immediately, and every vampire present froze in response, their bodies going rigid with the effort of fighting the bloodlust that Bella's injury triggered. Carlyle moved forward with controlled precision, his centuries of medical practice allowing him to function despite the temptation her blood created. He pulled Bella toward his office, away from the others, while Alice physically restrained Jasper and Edward stood between them all, like a statue carved from marble, his expression carrying such anguish that it was painful to witness. Esme herded the others from the room, and Emmett helped Alice force Jasper outside, where the fresh air might help clear his head of the scent that had overwhelmed his control. In Carlyle's office, he cleaned and stitched Bella's hand with professional efficiency while offering quiet apologies for Jasper's behavior. The newest vegetarian always struggled the most, he explained, and Jasper carried additional burdens from his past that made controlling his thirst more difficult than it was for the others. Bella accepted these explanations numbly, more concerned with Edward's expression than with her own injury or Jasper's loss of control. She had seen something in Edward's face in that moment of crisis, something that looked remarkably like decision, like finality, and the fear that had been building in her chest for weeks suddenly crystallized into certainty that something terrible was about to happen. Edward drove her home in silence, his hands gripping the steering wheel with unnecessary force, his expression closed and distant. When they reached her house, he insisted on walking her to the door despite her protests, and in the porch light, his face looked like something carved from stone, beautiful and cold and utterly unreachable. He asked if they could take a walk, and though every instinct screamed at Bella to refuse, to insist they stay where they were and talk about whatever was troubling him, she agreed because she could not deny him anything. Even when she suspected what was coming, they walked into the forest behind her house, following paths they had traveled together dozens of times before. But this time, Edward maintained physical distance between them, not taking her hand or touching her in any way. When they reached a small clearing, he stopped and turned to face her, and the expression on his face confirmed Bella's worst fears before he spoke a single word. He was leaving, Edward said with terrible gentleness, his voice carrying none of the emotion she could see struggling beneath his controlled exterior. He and his family were leaving Forks, moving on to a new location where they could maintain their cover, and he had decided that it would be best if their relationship ended here. The incident with Jasper had proven what Edward had known all along, that his world was too dangerous for Bella, that every moment she spent with him put her at risk of injury or death or worse. Bella felt the words hit her like physical blows, each one carefully chosen to inflict maximum damage. She tried to argue, tried to insist that the danger did not matter, that she would rather risk death than lose him. But Edward continued speaking, as though she had not said anything at all. He explained that he had thought carefully about this decision, had concluded that their relationship had run its course, that what he felt for her was not strong enough to justify the risk and complications her human nature created. The lies were transparent to Bella, so obvious that she could see through them to the self-loathing and misguided nobility beneath. But Edward delivered them with such conviction that for a moment she almost believed he meant them. He told her she did not belong in his world, that she should return to her human life and forget about him, that he would do the same and move on as though she had never existed. He promised he would not come back, would not contact her or watch over her or interfere in her life in any way. And he asked her to do him one favor in return. Do not do anything reckless or stupid, Edward said, his voice cracking slightly on the words before he caught himself and smoothed the emotion away. Do not put yourself in danger trying to follow him or attempting to find him, because it would not work and would only cause pain for both of them. Promise me, he insisted, that you will be safe and happy and will move on with your life, as though I had never been part of it. Bella could not make that promise, could not agree to forget him or pretend he had never mattered. But before she could articulate any of this, Edward was moving away from her, backing into the forest with inhuman grace. He told her goodbye, the single word carrying finality that shattered something fundamental in Bella's chest. And then he was gone, disappearing into the darkness between the trees with speed that made pursuit impossible, even if her legs had not suddenly refused to support her weight. She stood in the clearing as night fell completely around her, as the temperature dropped and her breath began to fog in the cold air, as hours passed without her registering their passage. Some part of her mind understood that she should move, should return to the house, should do something besides stand frozen in this spot where Edward had destroyed her entire world with carefully constructed lies. But her body would not obey her commands. She simply stood there, waiting for him to come back, waiting for him to admit he had not meant any of it, waiting for reality to resume its normal shape instead of this nightmare version where Edward no longer loved her. Charlie found her eventually, his voice calling her name through the darkness, sounding panicked and increasingly desperate. He had to physically lift her and carry her back to the house, her body having locked into rigid immobility at some point during her vigil. She was aware of his presence in an abstract way, aware of being moved and placed on the couch and wrapped in blankets, aware of his worried face hovering over hers as he asked questions she could not answer because words seemed to have lost all meaning. The doctor Charlie called confirmed she was physically unharmed aside from mild hypothermia from standing outside for hours in the cold. But something in Bella had broken in a way that physical medicine could not address. Some essential part of her that Edward had taken with him when he left. She retreated into herself, her consciousness pulling back from the external world into a small dark space, where the pain was slightly more manageable if she did not think too hard about anything at all. Days passed in a blur of grey sameness. Bella went through the motions of living because her body required it, eating when food was placed in front of her and sleeping when exhaustion finally overcame the numbness. But she was not truly present in her own life, was instead moving through the world like a ghost, maintaining the bare minimum of function while all the parts of her that mattered remained frozen in that clearing where Edward had said goodbye. Charlie watched her with growing alarm, his worry transforming into something approaching panic as September gave way to October and then November, with no improvement in Bella's condition. She attended school mechanically, sitting through classes without absorbing any information, eating lunch alone at a table in the corner of the cafeteria, driving home to complete homework assignments with rote precision that required no actual thought or engagement. Her grades remained acceptable through sheer force of habit, but the teachers noticed the change in her, the way she stared through them when called upon, the emptiness in her eyes that suggested no one was home behind them. Jessica and Angela tried to include her in their activities, inviting her to movies and shopping trips and various social events, but Bella declined every invitation with the same flat politeness that discouraged further attempts. She could not explain to them that the idea of returning to normal teenage activities felt obscene, that nothing in the mundane human world held any interest or meaning for her anymore. They eventually stopped asking, writing her off as strange and unapproachable, and Bella felt nothing about this social isolation except a vague sense of relief that she no longer had to pretend. The Cullen house stood empty, a for sale sign appearing in the yard within days of Edward's departure. Bella drove past it once, unable to stop herself despite knowing the pain it would cause, and found the windows dark and the driveway empty of the expensive cars that had once filled it. They were truly gone, had erased themselves from Forks as completely as though they had never existed, and the sight of that abandoned house triggered something in Bella that sent her into a sobbing breakdown so severe that she had to pull over on the side of the road until it passed. Charlie contemplated sending her back to Renee, discussed the possibility with her mother over phone calls that Bella overheard, but did not care enough to interrupt. Renee wanted her to come home, was worried sick over the descriptions Charlie provided of Bella's condition, but Bella mechanically insisted she wanted to stay in Forks whenever asked. She could not articulate why this mattered, could not explain that returning to Phoenix felt like admitting defeat, like accepting that Edward was truly gone and would never come back for her. December arrived with the first significant snowfall of the winter, and with it came a strange clarity that penetrated the fog of Bella's depression. She woke one morning and realized that months had passed, that she had lost the entire autumn to grief, so consuming it had effectively erased her from her own life, and that if she continued on this path, Charlie would eventually force her to leave Forks, regardless of her wishes. Something had to change, she understood with sudden urgency, even if that change was purely cosmetic, even if she was only performing recovery rather than actually experiencing it. She began making an effort to appear more functional, forcing smiles when Charlie was watching, accepting occasional invitations from Jessica and Angela, even though the activities felt hollow and meaningless. She spoke more, engaged in conversations about topics that did not interest her, laughed at jokes she did not find funny, and gradually Charlie's constant worry began to ease into something more like cautious relief. He stopped mentioning Phoenix, stopped looking at her as though she might shatter at any moment, and Bella counted this as success, even though internally nothing had actually changed. The hole in her chest remained, a physical sensation of absence that accompanied every breath. Edward had warned her once that if he ever left, it would be as though he had never existed, and she had dismissed this as melodramatic exaggeration. But now she understood he had been describing exactly what would happen. The Cullens had erased themselves so thoroughly that sometimes Bella wondered if she had imagined the entire thing. If her memories of Edward and his family were delusions created by a lonely teenager, desperate for something extraordinary to break up the monotony of existence in a small town. But the scars on her arms from James's attack proved the reality of what she had experienced. And at night, when she lay in bed staring at the ceiling, she could still feel the ghost of Edward's cold hands, could still hear his voice in her memory, even though the sound of it grew fainter with each passing day. She was losing him, she realized with growing panic, losing the details of his face and the specific cadence of his speech. And soon, all that would remain would be a vague impression of loss without the concrete memories to anchor it. January arrived with the new year, bringing with it Bella's return to something approaching normal function. She maintained her careful performance of recovery, going through the motions of being a regular teenager, with enough conviction that even she sometimes almost believed it. But beneath the surface, the numbness remained, insulating her from genuine feeling, protecting her from the full weight of her grief by simply not allowing her to feel much of anything at all. It was during this period of careful pretense that Bella made a discovery that would alter the course of her recovery in ways she could not have predicted. She was driving home from school one afternoon when she saw two motorcycles leaning against a fence outside someone's property, clearly abandoned and in various states of disrepair. On impulse, she stopped and knocked on the door, eventually purchasing both bikes for a total of $75 from a man who seemed delighted to have them removed from his property. She loaded the motorcycles into the back of her truck with difficulty, her mind already forming a plan that existed somewhere between desperate and reckless. The bikes needed work, needed someone with mechanical knowledge to make them functional again, and she knew exactly who to ask for help, even though she had not spoken to him in months. Jacob Black would remember her, would be willing to help with a project like this, and the prospect of having something concrete to focus on felt like the first genuine interest she had experienced since Edward's departure. The drive to La Push took her through familiar territory made strange by months of avoiding it, and when she pulled into the small driveway in front of Billy Black's house, she sat in her truck for several minutes, gathering courage before finally knocking on the door. Billy answered with surprise that transformed into warm welcome, calling for Jacob with the news that Bella Swan had come to visit. When Jacob emerged from his room, Bella barely recognized him. The boy she remembered from her first visit to La Push had undergone a transformation so dramatic it seemed impossible that only months had passed. Jacob had grown at least half a foot, his body filling out with muscle that suggested he spent significant time working out, his face losing its childish softness and taking on more defined features. But more striking than the physical changes was the warmth in his smile, the genuine happiness that lit up his entire face when he saw her standing on his porch. And Bella felt something in her chest shift slightly, the hole not filling but perhaps becoming fractionally less consuming. She explained about the motorcycles, about wanting to fix them up, and Jacob's enthusiasm for the project was immediate and infectious. He had been teaching himself about engines, he explained, working on cars in the garage behind the house, and the prospect of rebuilding motorcycles from scratch clearly appealed to him. They made plans to start work the following weekend, and as Bella drove home, she realized that for the first time in months she was actually looking forward to something, actually anticipating the future instead of simply enduring the present. The following Saturday, she returned to La Push, with her truck bed still holding the motorcycles, and Jacob met her with tools and enthusiasm and an easy manner that required no emotional performance on Bella's part. Working on the bikes with him felt comfortable in a way her interactions with everyone else did not. Perhaps because Jacob seemed to understand without being told that she needed distraction rather than deep conversation, activity rather than analysis. They worked side by side in the garage, their hands occupied with mechanical problems, while Jacob filled the silence with stories about school and friends and life on the reservation. The pattern established itself over the following weeks. Bella spent her weekends in La Push, working on the motorcycles with Jacob, slowly bringing the broken machines back to functional status through patience and effort, and Jacob's natural mechanical aptitude. The work was absorbing, required enough concentration that for hours at a time Bella could forget about the hole in her chest, could exist purely in the present moment of problem solving and gradual progress toward a goal. Jacob asked no questions about why she had disappeared for months or what had changed to bring her back. He simply accepted her presence with uncomplicated happiness, treating her with a combination of friendship and something that might have been the beginning of deeper feeling, though he was wise enough not to push or pressure her in any way. His warmth was like sunshine after months of rain, and Bella found herself genuinely smiling in his company, genuinely laughing at his jokes, genuinely present in her own life for the first time since September. But even as she began to heal, even as the sharp edges of her grief began to dull through time and Jacob's companionship and the satisfaction of working with her hands on concrete problems with achievable solutions, Bella understood that she was not truly recovering. She was learning to live with the loss, learning to function around the hole in her chest, but she was not moving on in any real sense. Edward still occupied every quiet moment of her thoughts, still appeared in her dreams, both sleeping and waking, and she knew with absolute certainty that she would never love anyone the way she had loved him, that Jacob's warmth and friendship could never fill the space Edward had left behind. In February, Jacob revealed something that both explained his recent growth spurt and added a new dimension to their relationship. He was a werewolf, he explained, part of an ancient line of protectors descended from the Quileute spirit warriors who had defended their people against supernatural threats for generations. The transformation had happened recently, triggered by the proximity of vampires in the area, and Jacob was still adjusting to his new nature and the responsibilities that came with it. Bella listened to this revelation with a strange sense of recognition, as though some part of her had been waiting for confirmation that the supernatural world Edward had introduced her to still existed around her, even in his absence. She asked questions about the mechanics of his transformation, about what it felt like to become a wolf, about the other members of his pack, and Jacob answered with a mixture of pride and residual amazement at his own new abilities. The pack consisted of several young men from the reservation, all bound by their shared nature and led by Sam Yulee, who had been the first to transform and who carried the responsibility of Alpha with serious dedication. Jacob described the pack dynamics, the way they could communicate in wolf form through thoughts that became shared between them, the way they protected their territory from vampires who might threaten the people under their guardianship. Victoria, he mentioned casually, had been testing their borders, attempting to reach Bella, but being turned back each time by the wolves who patrolled the boundary between Quileute land and the surrounding area. This information should have frightened Bella, should have triggered the trauma from her encounter with James, but instead, she felt a strange sort of vindication. Victoria's presence meant that Edward had been wrong when he insisted his departure would make her safer, that danger still surrounded her regardless of whether he was there to protect her from it. The knowledge brought no comfort, but it did clarify something in Bella's mind, crystallizing a thought that had been forming since she first discovered that reckless behavior brought Edward's voice back into her awareness. She had noticed it weeks ago during a moment of carelessness while working on the motorcycles when she had nearly dropped a heavy component on her foot. Edward's voice had suddenly filled her head, urgent and alarmed, warning her to be careful, and the sound of it had been so vivid that she had looked around expecting to see him standing in the garage. The voice was a hallucination. She understood logically her mind's attempt to protect her from danger by invoking the person who had always kept her safe, but she did not care about the psychology of it. All that mattered was that reckless behavior brought Edward's voice back, gave her a few precious seconds of hearing him again, and the discovery had planted an idea that grew more compelling with each passing day. The motorcycles were nearly finished by early March, and Bella suggested they take them out for a test ride, despite neither of them having any real experience with riding motorcycles. Jacob protested this plan with the voice of reason, pointing out all the ways it could go wrong, but Bella dismissed his concerns with reckless enthusiasm that alarmed him, even as he agreed to go along with it. They rode out to an empty stretch of road on the reservation, and Bella climbed onto one of the bikes with her heart pounding in anticipation of both the danger and the possibility of hearing Edward's voice again. The first attempt ended badly, with Bella losing control almost immediately and crashing into the underbrush with enough force to earn a significant gash on her forehead and a lecture from Jacob about safety that she barely heard through the rush of adrenaline and disappointment that Edward's voice had not manifested. But she insisted on trying again, and eventually Jacob taught her the basics of control and balance, and by the end of the afternoon, Bella could ride well enough to keep the bike upright and pointed in approximately the right direction. The thrill of speed and danger became addictive, filling the empty hours with activity that required focus and brought Edward's voice back in moments of genuine peril. Bella began seeking out opportunities for reckless behavior, riding the motorcycle too fast on wet roads. cliff diving into the ocean, despite the dangerous currents, putting herself in situations that made Jacob increasingly worried and protective. He questioned her about this self-destructive pattern, asked if she was trying to hurt herself, and Bella deflected his concerns with lies about wanting to feel alive again, about needing excitement to break through the numbness. But Jacob saw through the deflection, understood on some level that Bella was not actually suicidal, but rather trying to hold on to something she had lost, and his worry transformed into a kind of gentle vigilance that followed her through the following months. He could not prevent her from being reckless, but he could be there to pull her out of the water when she dove too deep, could follow on his own motorcycle when she pushed speeds beyond what was safe, could act as a safety net that allowed her to flirt with danger without actually dying from it. Their friendship deepened through these shared adventures and Jacob's patient companionship. And by late spring, Bella understood that he had fallen in love with her even though he never spoke the words aloud. She could see it in the way he looked at her, in the careful attention he paid to her moods and needs, in the way his entire face lit up whenever she arrived at La Push. The knowledge brought guilt because she could not return his feelings, could not offer him anything beyond friendship, when her heart remained stubbornly committed to someone who had abandoned her months ago. She tried to maintain distance, tried to discourage the hope she saw growing in Jacob's eyes, but he persisted with the patient determination of someone who believed that time and proximity would eventually change her mind. And perhaps he was right. Bella thought sometimes in her darker moments. Perhaps eventually the pain would fade enough that she could learn to love him the way he deserved, could accept the warmth he offered, and build something real with someone who was actually present, instead of clinging to memories of someone who had made it clear he did not want her. But even as she entertained these thoughts, even as she allowed herself to imagine a future where she moved on and married Jacob, and lived a normal human life in La Push, Bella knew she was lying to herself. Edward's absence had created a void that nothing could fill, and Jacob's love, genuine and warm as it was, could never be more than a comfort rather than a cure. She would always be waiting for Edward to come back, would always be listening for his voice in moments of danger, would always be hoping that he would realize his mistake and return to claim her, despite his insistence that he had moved on. Spring advanced towards summer, and Bella's 18th birthday approached with the promise of another year passing without Edward, another marker of time that emphasized how long he had been gone, and how completely he had erased himself from her life. She maintained her careful performance of recovery, convinced Charlie, and even sometimes herself that she was healing, but the hole in her chest remained a constant reminder of what she had lost and would never recover. The future stretched ahead of her empty and grey, and Bella faced it with resignation rather than hope, existing rather than truly living, waiting for something she knew logically would never come, but could not stop herself from hoping for anyway. The cliff diving incident happened on a grey March afternoon when the ocean churned with storms that had been battering the coast for days. Bella stood at the edge of the highest cliff at La Push, looking down at the turbulent water far below, and felt the familiar anticipation of hearing Edward's voice rise in her chest. Jacob had gone home to help Billy with something, leaving her alone with the motorcycles and a growing recklessness that had been building all week. The jump would be dangerous, possibly lethal given the conditions, and that was precisely the point. She stepped off the edge before she could reconsider, felt the sickening moment of freefall, and heard Edward's voice explode in her mind with an urgency that felt almost real. The water hit her like concrete, driving the air from her lungs, and immediately pulling her down into currents far stronger than she had anticipated. She fought to reach the surface, but the undertow had her, dragging her deeper and tumbling her through the dark water until she lost all sense of which direction was up. Something caught her, strong arms wrapping around her torso and pulling her upward with force that felt almost violent. She broke the surface, gasping and choking, salt water burning her throat and nose, and found herself being hauled towards shore by Jacob in his human form, his face twisted with fury and terror in equal measure. He dragged her onto the beach and immediately began yelling, his words barely penetrating the fog of oxygen deprivation and the lingering echo of Edward's voice in her mind. What was she thinking? Jacob demanded. Diving in conditions like that without anyone watching, without any safety precautions. Did she have a death wish? Was she actively trying to drown herself? Bella could not answer through her coughing, could not explain that she had heard Edward's voice so clearly. It felt like he was actually present, and Jacob's anger gradually transformed into something that looked like heartbreak as he realized she had been seeking danger rather than accidentally encountering it. They sat on the beach until Bella's breathing returned to normal, until the shaking in her limbs subsided enough for her to stand, and Jacob drove her home in her truck with a silence that felt heavier than his earlier anger. When they pulled into her driveway, he finally spoke, his voice carefully controlled as he explained that he could not keep watching her destroy herself, could not keep pulling her back from the edge when she was clearly determined to jump off it. If she wanted to kill herself, she would have to do it without him as an audience, because his heart could not take witnessing her self-destruction any longer. Bella tried to protest, tried to explain that she was not suicidal, but the words rang hollow even to her own ears. How could she make him understand that she was not trying to die, but rather trying to feel alive, trying to maintain some connection to Edward through the hallucinated warnings his voice provided? Jacob looked at her with an expression that combined love and frustration and genuine fear for her well-being, and asked her to promise she would stop, would choose to live instead of continually flirting with death. She made the promise, even though she was not certain she could keep it. Made it because the pain in Jacob's eyes demanded some response, and because some part of her recognized that her behavior had crossed a line from reckless into genuinely self-destructive. They parted with tension between them that had not existed before, and Bella went inside to find Charlie's police cruiser already in the driveway, though it was only mid-afternoon. Charlie sat at the kitchen table with Billy Black, both men's faces carrying expressions of such seriousness that Bella's first thought was that something had happened to Jacob. But Charlie's words, when he finally spoke them, hit her with force that made cliff diving seem safe by comparison. Harry Clearwater, one of Charlie's closest friends from the reservation, had died that morning of a heart attack. Charlie and Billy had spent the day with the Clearwater family, helping Sue and her children make arrangements, and Charlie's face showed the strain of watching one of his oldest friends slip away. The news of Harry's death shifted something in Bella's perspective, made her recognize that her reckless behavior affected more people than just herself. Charlie had already lost one close friend, had already experienced the sharp pain of sudden absence, and Bella's actions could potentially add to that grief in ways she had been selfishly ignoring. She made dinner that night with unusual care, sat with Charlie while he watched television and talked about Harry, offered the quiet comfort of presence even though she had no words that could ease the loss. When she finally went upstairs to her room, she found Alice Cullen sitting on her bed, with an expression that somehow combined relief and alarm in equal measure. The sight of her sent Bella Bella's heart racing, hope flaring so intensely it was physically painful. If Alice was here, perhaps Edward was nearby. Perhaps he had changed his mind. Perhaps the months of absence were finally ending. But Alice's first words crushed that hope with terrible efficiency. She had seen Bella jump off the cliff, Alice explained, had watched through her visions as Bella plunged into the turbulent water and did not resurface. The vision had shown death, had convinced Alice that Bella had committed suicide, and she had immediately boarded a plane to Forks, despite knowing that she was breaking Edward's rule about maintaining complete separation. She had arrived to find Bella alive and apparently fine, and the relief warred visibly with confusion about why her vision had been wrong. Bella explained about Jacob pulling her out, about how Alice's visions could not see the werewolves because of something about their nature that made them invisible to her gift. Alice absorbed this information with visible frustration, annoyed that there were blind spots in her abilities that she had not previously recognized. But more pressing than the mechanics of failed visions was the question of what Alice would do now that she was here, whether she would stay or disappear again as completely as the rest of her family had. Alice could not stay, she explained with genuine regret, because Edward would know she had broken his prohibition against contact, and it would cause problems she could not adequately describe. But she could visit briefly, could spend a few hours catching up before she had to return to wherever the Cullens had settled. Bella accepted these terms desperately, grateful for any contact, however temporary, and they spent the next hour talking with the intensity of people who knew their time was limited. The conversation eventually turned to Edward, and Bella asked the question that had been consuming her for months. How was he? Was he happy? Had he moved on the way he claimed he would? Alice's expression shifted to something that looked like pity mixed with frustration, and she admitted that Edward was not happy, was in fact more miserable than she had ever seen him, but remained stubbornly committed to his decision to stay away from Bella for what he believed was her own good. This information should have brought satisfaction, some vindication that Edward's claims about moving on had been lies, but instead, Bella felt only a deepening of the ache in her chest. He was suffering as much as she was, and the knowledge did nothing to bridge the distance between them, did nothing to change his determination that separation was the right choice. They were both miserable and both alone, and the futility of it made Bella want to scream. Alice's phone rang while they were talking, and she answered it with casual efficiency that transformed almost immediately into alarm. The voice on the other end was Edward's. Bella could tell from Alice's responses, and something in what he was saying was causing Alice visible distress. She tried to calm him, tried to explain something, but Edward apparently ended the call before she could finish her explanation. Alice immediately tried calling back, but her attempts went unanswered, and when she finally lowered the phone, her expression carried genuine fear. Edward had called Jacob's house looking for Charlie, Alice explained rapidly, wanting to attend Harry Clearwater's funeral and pay his respects to someone who had been kind to him during his time in Forks. Jacob had answered the phone, and when Edward asked for Charlie, Jacob had responded that Charlie was at the funeral. Edward had then asked to speak to Bella, and Jacob, still angry about the cliff diving incident and protective of Bella's fragile emotional state, had told Edward that Bella was not available and could not come to the phone. The specific phrasing Jacob had used, combined with Edward calling the house during funeral arrangements, had apparently led Edward to a terrible conclusion. He thought Bella was dead, Alice said, the words tumbling out in her distress. He thought the funeral being discussed was Bella's funeral, thought that his absence had failed to keep her safe after all, and Alice's vision of Bella jumping off a cliff had apparently confirmed his worst fear when she had mentioned it earlier. He had hung up the phone, and Alice could no longer see his future, which meant he had made a decision so quickly and so firmly that it had solidified into certainty before Alice could track its development. Bella felt the world tilt sideways as Alice explained what Edward would do, where he would go, what choice he would make if he truly believed Bella was dead. The Volturi, Alice said, ancient vampire royalty who lived in Italy and enforced the few laws that governed vampire society. Edward would go to them and force them to kill him, would break their laws in public and force them to act, because the Volturi did not tolerate vampires who revealed their nature to humans and would execute anyone who threatened the secrecy their kind depended upon for survival. They had to stop him, had to reach him before he did something that could not be undone. And the urgency in Alice's voice penetrated even through Bella's shock. How much time did they have? Bella asked, and Alice's expression as she calculated probabilities and travel times suggested the answer was not encouraging. Edward would wait until noon to act, she explained, would choose the most dramatic moment to reveal himself in the middle of a festival in Volterra where the Volturi made their home. It was currently late afternoon in Forks, which meant early morning in Italy, which meant they had perhaps 12 hours to cross the world and stop Edward from forcing the Volturi to destroy him. The next hours passed in a blur of frantic activity. Alice called airlines and purchased tickets, while Bella threw clothes into a bag and left a note for Charlie, claiming she was going to visit her mother, a lie that would eventually require explanation, but could not be helped given the circumstances. They drove to Seattle at speeds that pushed even Alice's considerable driving abilities, caught a red-eye flight that took them first to New York and then across the Atlantic to Rome, and finally boarded a small regional flight that would take them to Florence, the closest airport to Volterra. Bella spent the long flight hours in a state of suspended panic, unable to sleep despite her exhaustion, replaying Alice's words about Edward's intentions over and over in her mind. He thought she was dead, thought his absence had somehow resulted in her death anyway, and rather than continue existing without her, he had chosen to end his own life. The romantic tragedy of it would have been beautiful if it were not so terrible, if it were not built on a misunderstanding that could have been prevented with a single phone call. Alice sat rigid beside her, her eyes distant more often than not, as she continually searched the future for any sign that Edward had changed his mind or that their frantic journey would arrive in time. But Edward's future remained stubbornly opaque to her visions, suggesting that his decision was firm and his path forward clear in his own mind. All they could do was maintain their desperate pace and hope that they would reach him before noon in Volterra, before he stepped into the sunlight in the middle of the festival square and revealed his true nature to thousands of witnesses. They landed in Florence in late morning local time, and Alice immediately procured a car through means that Bella did not question, too focused on the ticking clock and the miles still remaining between them and Volterra. Alice drove with reckless abandon through the Italian countryside, ignoring traffic laws and speed limits, with the confidence of someone who could see accidents before they happened, and therefore knew she would not cause any. The landscape rolled past in a blur of cypress trees and stone walls, and ancient villages perched on hilltops, beautiful and utterly wasted on Bella's panicked awareness. Volterra itself rose before them eventually, a medieval city of stone that crowned a hilltop like something from a fairy tale or a nightmare, depending on perspective. The narrow streets thronged with people dressed in red cloaks and costumes, celebrating some festival that Alice identified as St. Marcus Day, a celebration of the city's liberation from a vampire attack centuries ago. The irony of the festival's origins was not lost on Bella, and the crowds made navigation through the city's winding streets nearly impossible, even for Alice's superior driving abilities. They abandoned the car at the city's edge and continued on foot, pushing through crowds of celebrating tourists and locals, while Alice's face grew increasingly tense as she tracked Edward's position through her visions. He was in the Clock Tower Plaza, she explained, waiting for the clock to strike noon when the sun would be at its zenith and his revelation would be most dramatic. They were running out of time. The crowds were too thick. They would not make it unless something changed. Bella began to run, shoving through the press of bodies with desperate urgency that earned her angry shouts and sharp elbows in return. Alice tried to keep up while also trying to guide them through the maze of medieval streets that all looked identical to Bella's panicked perception. The clock tower loomed ahead of them, visible above the surrounding buildings, and as they finally broke into the main plaza, Bella heard the bells begin to toll the noon hour. Edward stood at the edge of the fountain in the center of the plaza, his shirt already removed, his skin beginning to sparkle in the bright Italian sunlight. The crowd had not yet noticed him, too focused on their celebrations to register the impossible beauty of the shirtless young man preparing to fully reveal himself. But in moments they would see and understand that something was terribly wrong with him, and then Edward's fate would be sealed. Bella ran faster than she had ever moved in her life, her legs burning and her lungs screaming for air, and she threw herself at Edward just as he was stepping fully into the Sunday. She collided with him hard enough to knock them both backward into the shadowed colonnade that surrounded the plaza, and Edward caught her automatically before they both fell, his expression transforming from resigned determination to complete shock as he registered who had just tackled him out of the sunlight. For a long moment they simply stared at each other, Edward's face cycling through disbelief and hope and confusion so rapidly that Bella could not track all the emotions crossing his features. He touched her face with shaking hands, as though confirming she was real and not some hallucination created by his desire. And when he finally spoke, his voice was rough with emotion and terrible understanding. "You are alive," he said, the words coming out broken and wondering, and Bella confirmed that yes, she was very much alive, had never been dead, had been living in miserable suspension, waiting for him to come back for her. Edward pulled her against his chest with desperate force, his cold body pressing against hers as though trying to merge them into a single being, and Bella felt the careful control she had maintained for months finally shatter completely as tears began streaming down her face. The reunion was interrupted by the arrival of two figures who emerged from the shadows with predatory grace, a young girl who appeared no older than 12 or 13, and a taller male whose bland features somehow conveyed significant threat despite their ordinariness. The Volturi had noticed Edward's attempt at exposure, the girl explained in a voice that carried the sweetness of poisoned honey, and they required his presence to discuss the matter. This was not a request, her tone made clear, but rather a command that would be enforced with violence if necessary. Alice appeared beside them, her expression carefully neutral as she greeted the two Volturi representatives with the politeness of someone addressing dangerous predators. The girl, identified as Jane, turned her attention to Alice with recognition that suggested they had encountered each other before, and the male, Dimitri, assessed them all with the calculating gaze of someone measuring opponents for potential combat. They were to come with Jane and Dimitri immediately. No arguments or delays would be tolerated, and failure to comply would result in their deaths right here in the plaza, regardless of the human witnesses who might observe. Edward shifted his body to place himself between the Volturi representatives and Bella, his posture defensive despite the clear futility of resistance. Alice moved to flank them, creating a protective formation around Bella, and the four vampires engaged in a silent standoff that communicated volumes without a single word being spoken. Finally, Edward agreed to go with them voluntarily, extracting a promise that Bella would be allowed to leave unharmed, and Jane's smile in response carried edges sharp enough to cut. They were led through a hidden door in the colonnade, down stone steps that descended deep beneath the city into tunnels that must have existed for centuries. The temperature dropped as they descended, and the stone walls pressed in on either side, creating a sense of confinement that made Bella's breathing quicken with claustrophobia. They passed through several checkpoints guarded by vampires whose eyes tracked their progress with predatory interest, and finally emerged into a large chamber that could only be described as a throne room. 3 figures sat on elevated chairs at the far end of the room, and even from a distance Bella could sense the age and power radiating from them. These were the Volturi leaders, Alice whispered quickly. Aro and Caius and Marcus, who had ruled vampire society for over 3,000 years and whose word was absolute law among their kind. Around them stood perhaps 20 other vampires, some clearly guards, and others whose purpose was less immediately obvious, all of them beautiful in the inhuman way of their species, and all of them focused entirely on the new arrivals. Aro descended from his throne with fluid grace, his face arranged in an expression of delighted welcome that somehow managed to be more threatening than Caius's open hostility or Marcus's complete disinterest. He greeted Edward like an old friend, speaking in Italian that shifted seamlessly to English when he acknowledged Alice's presence and Bella's humanity. His eyes, filmy with the milky cast of extreme age despite his youthful appearance, fixed on Bella with an intensity that made her want to hide behind Edward. The discussion that followed felt like a trial without any pretense of fairness or justice. Aro wanted to know why Edward had attempted to expose their kind, wanted to understand what had driven him to such desperate measures, and Edward explained with careful honesty about believing Bella was dead and seeing no point in continuing his existence without her. This admission clearly fascinated Aro, who requested permission to read Edward's memories of his relationship with Bella, and when Edward reluctantly extended his hand, Aro grasped it with eager enthusiasm. The reading took several minutes, during which Aro's expression shifted through various shades of fascination and delight. When he finally released Edward's hand, he turned to Bella with interest that made her deeply uncomfortable, commenting that she must be quite extraordinary to inspire such devotion from someone as controlled and careful as Edward. He requested permission to read her thoughts as well, extending his hand toward her, and when Bella reluctantly placed her palm in his, she felt the coldness of his skin and the slight pressure as he focused his ability on accessing her mind. Nothing happened. Aro's expression shifted from confidence to confusion to growing excitement as he realized that Bella's mind was as opaque to him as it was to Edward, that whatever protected her thoughts from vampire gifts extended even to his powerful ability to read every thought a person had ever had with a single touch. He tried again, holding her hand with greater intensity, but her memories remained inaccessible to him, and when he finally released her, his face carried a mixture of frustration and genuine wonder. Here was the problem that needed resolution. Aro explained with deceptive gentleness. Bella knew about vampires, knew their secrets, and represented a potential security breach that the Volturi could not ignore. Their laws existed to protect their kind from human discovery, and any human who learned of their existence had to either be turned or killed, no exceptions. Bella's immunity to mental gifts made her particularly interesting, Aro continued, and he would be willing to overlook Edward's attempted exposure if they agreed to turn Bella themselves at some point in the near future. Edward immediately refused, his voice carrying absolute finality, explaining that he would never condemn Bella to this existence regardless of the consequences. Caius responded with barely contained fury, demanding that the girl be killed immediately to remove the security risk she presented, and the tension in the room escalated toward inevitable violence. Alice stepped forward quickly, her voice cutting through the arguing with calm authority, as she explained that she had already seen Bella's future, had witnessed her transformation into a vampire, and could show Aro this vision, if he would permit it. Aro accepted this offer with alacrity, grasping Alice's offered hand and immediately accessing her visions of possible futures. Whatever he saw in Alice's mind apparently satisfied him, because when he released her hand, his expression had shifted to something approaching approval. Bella would be turned, he declared, the decision clearly already made in his mind, and Alice's vision provided adequate assurance that this would occur. The Cullens would be allowed to leave Volterra unharmed, but Aro made clear that the Volturi would be watching, would check periodically to ensure that Bella's transformation had taken place, and failure to follow through would result in the entire Cullen family being destroyed. The dismissal came with courteous finality, and Jane escorted them back through the tunnels to the surface with the same bland smile that suggested she hoped they would try to run so she could have an excuse to use her gift. They emerged into late afternoon sunlight that seemed impossibly bright after the darkness of the Volturi's underground lair, and Bella found herself gulping fresh air as though she had been drowning, her legs shaking so badly she could barely stand. Edward supported her with one arm while maintaining careful watch on their surroundings, clearly not trusting that they were actually free to leave until they were far from Volterra. They retrieved Alice's car and drove in tense silence through the Italian countryside, none of them speaking until they had put significant distance between themselves and the city. Only then did Edward finally allow himself to show the full extent of his distress, his careful control crumbling as he pulled the car over to the side of the road and turned to look at Bella with an expression of such anguish that it was painful to witness. He had almost gotten her killed, Edward said, his voice breaking on the words. His attempt at protection had resulted in dragging her before the Volturi, who would have destroyed her without hesitation, if not for Alice's quick thinking. Everything he had done to keep her safe had failed spectacularly, and now she was under sentence of transformation, would be forced to give up her humanity because of his monumentally stupid decision to leave her. The self-recrimination poured out of him in a torrent that Bella had to physically stop by placing her hands on either side of his face and forcing him to meet her eyes. She wanted to be transformed, Bella told him, with absolute conviction, had wanted it from the beginning, and still wanted it now. And the Volturi's ultimatum was not a tragedy, but rather an answer to something she had been seeking for months. Edward tried to argue, but Bella cut him off, explaining that she had spent the past year in a state of living death, that his absence had nearly destroyed her, that she would rather be a vampire with him than human without him. The choice was hers to make, she insisted, and he needed to respect that choice even if he disagreed with it. The argument continued during the drive to Florence, during the wait at the airport, during the long flight back across the Atlantic. Edward maintained that transformation would steal her soul, and her humanity would make her a monster, regardless of whether they maintained a vegetarian diet. Bella countered that her humanity meant nothing without him, that she had already demonstrated her inability to live a normal human life in his absence, that being with him mattered more than remaining human. By the time they landed in Seattle, they had reached an exhausted stalemate, both too worn out from emotion and travel to continue fighting. Edward drove them back to Forks in his Volvo, which Alice had apparently arranged to have waiting for them, and Bella realized with growing dread that she would have to face Charlie and explain her unauthorized trip to Italy. The lie about visiting Renee would not hold up under any scrutiny, and Charlie would be furious about her disappearing without real permission. But those consequences seemed minor compared to what they had just survived. Charlie's fury when she arrived home exceeded even her expectations. He had called Renee looking for Bella only to discover she was not in Florida, had spent days terrified that something had happened to his daughter, and Bella's sudden reappearance did nothing to diminish his anger. He grounded her indefinitely, restricting her to school and home only, and made clear that her relationship with Edward was over as far as he was concerned, that she was forbidden from seeing him or speaking to him until further notice. Bella accepted the punishment with numb resignation, too exhausted to fight, and understanding that she had earned Charlie's anger through her deception. But even as she agreed to his terms, even as she promised to stay home and focus on school, she knew she would not stay away from Edward. They had just survived the Volturi, had crossed the world to save each other, and Charlie's understandable parental anger could not compete with the intensity of what had just transpired between them. Edward appeared at her window that night, as she had known he would, and they lay together in her narrow bed with careful gentleness, not speaking because words felt inadequate to express what had passed between them. He had tried to leave her for her own protection, and had nearly gotten them both killed in the process, had learned the hard way that their fates were too intertwined to separate, that attempts to protect her by staying away caused more harm than his presence ever had. The question of Bella's transformation loomed over them, unresolved and urgent, but for that night, they simply held each other and tried to process everything that had happened. Morning would bring new arguments and difficult decisions, would force them to address the ultimatum the Volturi had delivered, but in the dark, hours before dawn, they simply existed together, alive and together, despite all the forces that had conspired to keep them apart. The future remained uncertain, complicated by ancient vampire royalty and disapproving fathers and fundamental disagreements about humanity and transformation. But at least they would face that uncertain future together, rather than separately drowning in the misery that separation had created for them both. Charlie's punishment remained firmly in place through the remainder of March and into April, though his enforcement of the rules grew gradually less strict as Bella demonstrated consistent compliance with his restrictions. She attended school without complaint, came directly home each afternoon, completed her homework with visible diligence, and made efforts to repair the trust her unauthorized trip to Italy had damaged. Edward respected Charlie's authority by staying away during daylight hours, maintaining the appearance of separation, but appeared at Bella's window each night once Charlie had gone to bed, and they spent the dark hours talking in whispers about everything and nothing. The question of Bella's transformation hung between them like an unresolved chord, creating tension that neither could fully ignore. Edward maintained his absolute opposition to changing her, arguing with increasing desperation that she should experience normal human milestones before making an irreversible decision. Bella countered that her humanity held no value without him, that normal human experiences felt hollow when the person she loved existed in a completely different sphere of being. They circled the same arguments repeatedly, neither willing to concede, until Alice finally suggested a compromise that surprised them both. The Cullen family would vote on the matter, Alice proposed, treating Bella's transformation as a family decision since it would affect all of them. If the majority voted in favor of changing her, Edward would have to accept the democratic outcome, even if he personally disagreed. The suggestion carried obvious manipulation, Alice's visions having already shown her how the vote would fall, but Bella seized upon the idea with desperate hope, while Edward reluctantly agreed with the understanding that at least this would settle the matter one way or another. The vote took place in the Cullens' living room on a Saturday evening in late April, with Bella seated on the couch, while the family arranged themselves around the room in their usual configuration. Carlyle explained the process with careful formality, making clear that each family member would vote according to their own conscience and that all votes would be respected equally. Edward stood slightly apart from the others, his expression already resigned to an outcome he could predict but could not prevent. Alice voted first, bouncing forward with characteristic enthusiasm to declare her support for Bella's transformation. She had already seen Bella as a vampire in her visions, she explained, had witnessed the friendship they would share for decades to come, and she was eager to welcome Bella officially into the family. Her vote was yes, delivered with such certainty that it left no room for doubt. Jasper followed. His vote also yes, though delivered with more restraint than Alice's enthusiasm. He explained that Bella's humanity created constant temptation for him, and presumably for other vampires they might encounter, and that transforming her would eliminate a significant security risk for the entire family. His reasoning was practical rather than emotional, but the conclusion remained the same. Emmett voted yes, with a grin that suggested he was already imagining the possibilities of having Bella as a sparring partner who could actually withstand his strength. He made a joke about finally having someone else to challenge at arm wrestling, and Rosalie shot him a look that suggested they had discussed this vote extensively before the meeting. Rosalie voted no, and the room went quiet as she explained her reasoning with an honesty that bordered on painful. She would give anything to be human again, she said, would trade her beauty and strength and immortality in an instant for the chance to grow old and have children and experience all the normal human milestones that vampires could never have. Bella was throwing away something precious, something Rosalie herself had lost against her will. And while Rosalie understood it was not her choice to make, she could not in good conscience vote to support Bella's transformation. Esme voted yes with gentle sadness, explaining that she only wanted Edward to be happy, and that his happiness clearly depended on Bella being part of his life permanently. If transformation was the only way to ensure that happiness, then Esme would support it despite her understanding of what Bella would be giving up. Her vote carried love for both Edward and Bella, and her expression suggested she wished there was another way, but recognized there was not. Carlyle voted last, and his yes came with the weight of someone who had spent centuries considering questions of morality and consequence. He explained that he understood Edward's objections, shared many of them, but recognized that Bella had made her choice with full knowledge of what it entailed. Denying her agency in this decision would be a different kind of cruelty. and while transformation would change her irrevocably, it would at least be a change she had chosen rather than one forced upon her. The final tally stood at 5 votes in favor and 2 against, with Edward's dissent joining Rosalie's in the minority. Bella felt relief so intense it brought tears to her eyes, while Edward's expression showed resignation mixed with continued resistance despite the democratic outcome. He had agreed to abide by the vote, but that agreement did not extend to personally transforming her, he made clear, and if she wanted to become a vampire, she would have to accept another family member as her creator. Carlyle offered to perform the transformation himself when the time came, his medical expertise making him the logical choice for a procedure that carried risks even under the best circumstances. But Bella hesitated, some part of her still hoping that Edward would eventually change his mind, that he would choose to be the one to transform her, despite his current objections. They agreed to delay the actual transformation until after Bella's high school graduation in June, giving her time to experience that milestone and to prepare Charlie and Renee for her departure from their lives. May arrived with warming weather that passed for spring in Forks, and with it came the approach of graduation and all the associated ceremonies and celebrations. Bella moved through the preparations with distracted efficiency, ordering her cap and gown, posing for senior portraits, filling out college applications she had no intention of actually using. The normal progression of senior year continued around her while she counted down to the moment when her human life would end and her vampire existence would begin. Edward presented her with a surprise during one of their night visits. A small velvet box that he opened to reveal a ring that took Bella's breath away. The ring was old, Victorian era based on its style, with an oval diamond surrounded by smaller stones set in intricate metalwork that showed its age. It had belonged to Edward's human mother, he explained, the only possession from his mortal life that he had kept through all his decades as a vampire, and he wanted Bella to have it if she would agree to marry him. The proposal caught Bella completely off guard, her mind struggling to process what Edward was asking. Marriage had always seemed to her like an outdated institution, something her parents' disastrous relationship had soured her toward, and at 18 years old, the idea of getting married felt absurd. Despite her willingness to become an immortal vampire, she tried to articulate these conflicting feelings, explaining that marriage terrified her in ways that transformation did not, and Edward's expression shifted through hurt before settling into patient determination. He explained his perspective with the earnestness of someone raised in an earlier era, describing marriage as the natural step before physical intimacy, as a commitment that meant something to him, even if modern society treated it more casually. If she wanted him to transform her personally, if she wanted their relationship to progress beyond the careful boundaries they had maintained, then he needed the security and commitment that marriage represented. The ultimatum was delivered gently but firmly, and Bella found herself trapped between conflicting desires and fears. She asked for time to consider, and Edward agreed with the patience of someone who had decades of practice, waiting for what he wanted. The ring remained in its box, a tangible symbol of the choice Bella faced, and she caught herself looking at it repeatedly over the following days, trying to imagine herself as someone's wife, and finding the image refused to coalesce into anything believable. The complications of Bella's senior year intensified in early May, when reports began emerging from Seattle about a series of unexplained killings that were occurring with increasing frequency. The news coverage described victims drained of blood, bodies found in circumstances that suggested inhuman strength, and a complete lack of evidence pointing to any human perpetrator. To anyone familiar with vampires, the pattern was obvious and deeply concerning. The Cullens monitored the situation with growing alarm, recognizing the signs of a newborn vampire, or possibly multiple newborns, running unchecked through a major population center. Newborn vampires were notoriously dangerous, their strength magnified by the fresh human blood in their systems, their control non-existent, their tendency toward violence almost impossible to restrain. A single newborn could devastate a city if left unchecked, and the number of killings suggested either multiple newborns or a particularly prolific single vampire. Edward's protectiveness intensified to the point of suffocation, his constant presence during daylight hours making it difficult for Bella to maintain any independence. He insisted on driving her to and from school, refused to let her go anywhere alone, and stood guard outside her classes with a vigilance that drew attention from other students. His family maintained similar watchfulness, with Alice periodically checking her visions for any sign that the Seattle situation might spread to Forks. The break in the pattern came when Alice experienced a vision that sent the entire family into crisis mode. Victoria, James's mate, who had disappeared after his death, was creating an army of newborn vampires with the specific intention of attacking Forks and killing Bella. The Seattle killings were not random violence, but rather preparation. Victoria building a force large enough to overwhelm the Cullens through sheer numbers. Alice's vision showed approximately 20 newborn vampires descending on Forks in a coordinated assault, and even the Cullens' considerable abilities would struggle against those odds. The news hit Bella with the force of a physical blow, guilt and fear combining into something that made breathing difficult. Victoria was building an army because of her, because James had died trying to kill her, because Victoria's mate bond demanded vengeance for his destruction. Everyone Bella loved was at risk because of choices she had made, because she had insisted on being part of Edward's world despite the dangers it created. Carlisle called an emergency family meeting to discuss their options, and for the first time in the months since Italy, they invited Jacob Black to participate. The werewolves had been monitoring Victoria's attempts to cross onto their territory, had been protecting Bella in their own way, and the situation had escalated beyond what either the Cullens or the wolves could handle separately. Ancient enemies would need to become temporary allies if they hoped to survive what was coming. The meeting took place on neutral ground, in a clearing deep in the forest, where neither vampire nor wolf could claim territorial advantage. The Cullens arrived first, arranging themselves in a defensive formation that emphasized their readiness for potential conflict, despite the supposed truce. The wolf pack emerged from the trees minutes later, 8 massive wolves whose size made them appear more like horses than any canine species, their eyes showing intelligence that proved they were far more than simple animals. Sam Yulee led the pack in his wolf form, his black fur and massive build marking him as the alpha, and the other wolves arranged themselves around him in a formation that mirrored the Cullens' defensive positioning. Carlisle stepped forward to speak for his family, and after a moment of visible concentration, Sam shifted back to human form to respond, the transformation happening so quickly that Bella barely registered the intermediate stages. The discussion that followed was tense. Years of mutual hatred and territorial disputes, creating friction that made cooperation difficult, despite the shared threat they faced. Sam explained that the wolves' primary concern was protecting the humans on the reservation and in Forks, and Victoria's army represented a threat too large for them to handle alone. Carlisle acknowledged this reality, and proposed a formal alliance, temporary but absolute, where Cullens and wolves would fight together against the newborn army. The specifics of the alliance required extensive negotiation, with both sides wary of betrayal, and both carrying deep-seated prejudices that made trust nearly impossible. They eventually agreed on a training arrangement, where Jasper, who had extensive experience fighting newborn vampires from his time in the Southern Vampire Wars, would teach both Cullens and wolves about newborn combat tactics and weaknesses. The training would take place over several sessions, and both groups would need to learn to coordinate their fighting styles, despite their fundamental differences in approach. Jacob arrived in human form for the first training session, and the tension between him and Edward created an additional layer of conflict that everyone present tried to ignore. Jacob had made his feelings for Bella increasingly obvious over the past months, and Edward's territorial response to this competition had transformed their interactions into barely contained hostility. They stood on opposite sides of the clearing, refusing to acknowledge each other directly, while Carlisle and Sam worked to maintain some semblance of productive cooperation. Jasper took charge of the training with military efficiency, his experience showing in every instruction and demonstration. He explained that newborn vampires relied primarily on instinct and overwhelming strength, having not yet learned the refined control and strategy that came with age. Their power came from the human blood still in their system, making them physically stronger than older vampires, but also more reckless and easier to predict. The key to defeating them lay in using their aggression against them, in staying calm and collected while they burned through their enhanced strength with undisciplined attacks. The training required the Cullens to spar against each other, while Jasper provided commentary on technique and strategy. Bella watched from the sidelines as Edward fought Carlisle with controlled precision, as Alice used her visions to anticipate Emmett's attacks before he made them, as Rosalie demonstrated the efficiency of using an opponent's momentum against them. The wolves observed as well, their massive forms lounging at the forest's edge while they studied the vampires' fighting styles. When the wolves' turn came to demonstrate their own combat abilities, they shifted into their massive forms and engaged in carefully controlled sparring that showed their own considerable skills. They fought as a pack, coordinating their attacks with the telepathic communication they shared in wolf form, and their size and strength made them formidable opponents even for vampires. But Jasper noted weaknesses in their approach, places where their reliance on pack coordination could be exploited by opponents willing to separate them, and the wolves grudgingly accepted his observations as valid. The training continued over multiple sessions through late May, and gradually the two groups began to develop a rough coordination despite their mutual antipathy. They would never be friends. The fundamental differences in their natures made that impossible, but they learned to fight together with enough efficiency that they stood a chance against Victoria's army. The timing of the attack remained uncertain, Alice's visions shifting as Victoria changed her plans, but every indication suggested it would come soon, likely within weeks. Bella insisted on being present for these training sessions, despite Edward's vehement objections, wanting to understand what was coming and how she might protect herself if the battle went badly. Edward argued that her presence was a distraction, that he would be too focused on protecting her to fight effectively, but Bella pointed out that she was the target of this entire conflict and had a right to understand the danger she faced. The reality of what was coming hit Bella during one training session, when Jasper explained newborn behavior in detail. They would be virtually mindless with bloodlust, he said, incapable of rational thought or mercy. driven entirely by the burning thirst that defined their first months of vampire existence. Victoria would point them at Bella like weapons, and they would tear through anyone who stood between them and their target, without hesitation or remorse. The Cullens and the wolves would need to destroy every single newborn to ensure Bella's safety, and even one that slipped through their defenses could kill her before anyone could intervene. As the date of graduation approached in early June, the tension built toward an inevitable confrontation that everyone could feel coming. Alice's visions became more frequent and more fragmented as Victoria's decision-making created multiple possible futures, and the entire Cullen family remained on high alert, ready to respond to an attack that could come at any moment. Charlie noticed Bella's distraction and attributed it to normal senior year stress, never suspecting that his daughter was preparing for a battle between supernatural creatures that could level a city block if it went wrong. The graduation ceremony took place on a surprisingly sunny Saturday afternoon. The entire senior class assembled in their caps and gowns, while parents and family members filled the stands to watch. Bella walked across the stage to receive her diploma, with her mind elsewhere, thinking about Victoria and newborn armies, and the very real possibility that she might not survive the coming battle. Edward sat in the audience with his family, and when Bella caught his eye, he smiled with an expression that tried to project confidence but could not entirely hide his fear. After the ceremony, the graduates gathered for pictures and celebrations, and Bella went through the motions of posing with Jessica and Angela and accepting congratulations from teachers and family members. Charlie was proud, his face showing an emotion he rarely expressed openly, and Bella felt a sharp pang of guilt, knowing that she would soon leave him and cause him pain that she had no way to adequately explain. He had no idea that his daughter planned to become a vampire, no understanding of the supernatural world that had consumed her life, and Bella understood that this graduation represented one of the last normal moments they would share before everything changed. The party at the Cullen house that evening brought together Bella's human friends and Edward's family in an uncomfortable mixing of worlds that highlighted just how separate the two spheres of her existence had become. Jessica and Angela made polite conversation with Carlisle and Esme, while clearly feeling out of place in the elegant house, and Mike Newton spent the entire time shooting hostile looks at Edward from across the room. Alice had organized everything with her usual perfectionism, but even her considerable social skills could not entirely bridge the gap between normal human teenagers and a family of vampires pretending to be something they were not. Jacob appeared uninvited halfway through the party, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as he and Edward locked eyes across the space. Bella intercepted Jacob before the situation could escalate, pulling him outside to talk privately about his inappropriate arrival and the tension his presence created. Jacob was unrepentant, arguing that he had as much right to celebrate Bella's graduation as anyone, and the conversation quickly devolved into an argument about boundaries and respect and the fundamental impossibility of their situation. He loved her, Jacob said with the blunt honesty of someone who had nothing left to lose. Loved her completely, and believed she could love him back if she would just let herself see him as more than a friend. Bella tried to explain that her heart belonged to Edward, regardless of what Jacob wanted or believed, but Jacob refused to accept this finality, insisting that she was choosing the wrong future and would eventually regret committing herself to a cold creature instead of someone warm and human and alive. The argument was interrupted by Alice's urgent call from inside the house, and they rushed back to find her in the grip of a vision that had every vampire present frozen in alarm. The newborn army was coming, Alice reported when she came back to herself, would arrive within days rather than weeks, and Victoria had finally made her decision about the timing and approach. The battle they had been training for was imminent, and every preparation they had made was about to be tested against an enemy force that outnumbered them more than 2-1. The final preparations took place with frantic urgency over the next 48 hours. The wolves were notified and confirmed their readiness to honor the alliance despite their reservations. Bella was sequenced away from Forks, taken to a campsite high in the mountains, where her scent would be diluted by altitude and distance, with Edward and Seth Clearwater assigned to guard her while the others engaged the newborn army. Jasper created a complex strategy that relied on the wolves and Cullens attacking in coordinated waves, using the clearing where they had trained as the battlefield to limit the newborn's ability to scatter and force them into a confined space where superior tactics could overcome raw numbers. The night before the battle, Edward and Bella sat together in their mountain campsite while Seth patrolled in wolf form just beyond the tent. The temperature had dropped below freezing, snow falling gently despite it being June, and Bella shivered in her sleeping bag despite the layers of clothing and blankets Alice had provided. Edward lay beside her, his cold body offering no warmth, but his presence providing comfort that went beyond the physical. They talked through the night about everything and nothing, both avoiding direct discussion of the coming battle and what it might cost. Edward finally brought up his proposal again, explaining that if he was going to potentially die tomorrow, he wanted to know her answer about marriage, wanted to face the battle with the knowledge of whether she intended to spend eternity with him or not. Bella felt the weight of the moment pressing down on her, the understanding that this might be their last conversation, and she heard herself agreeing before she had consciously made the decision. Yes, she said, she would marry him, would become his wife in the human sense before she became a vampire, would give him the commitment he needed even though the idea still terrified her. Edward's face transformed with relief and joy so profound it was painful to witness, and he placed his mother's ring on Bella's finger with shaking hands, while promising that he would survive the coming battle to actually marry her properly. The ring fit perfectly, as though it had been made for her, and Bella stared at it in the darkness, while trying to convince herself that she had made the right choice. Dawn arrived with grey light and continued snowfall, and Seth's warning howl announced the arrival of Victoria and one other vampire who had apparently split off from the main army to hunt Bella separately while the others engaged the Cullens and wolves. Edward and Seth positioned themselves between the approaching vampires and the tent where Bella waited, and through the tent's opening Bella could see Victoria emerge from the trees with the same red hair and sharp features she remembered from that night at the baseball game nearly a year and a half ago. Victoria had brought Riley, a young vampire she had apparently created and manipulated into loving her, and together they circled Edward and Seth with predatory focus. The fight that followed was brief but brutal, Seth using his massive jaws to corner Riley while Edward engaged Victoria with a speed and ferocity that Bella had never witnessed before. The newborn vampire Riley proved no match for Seth's experience and size, and Victoria's superior age could not overcome Edward's ability to read her intended moves before she made them. Victoria fell first, Edward's hands tearing her head from her body with force that made Bella flinch, and Riley followed seconds later as Seth's jaws closed around his neck with crushing finality. They built a fire quickly and burned the remains until nothing but ash remained, and only then did Edward return to Bella, with his clothes torn and his expression carrying the grim satisfaction of completed vengeance. James's mate was destroyed, that threat eliminated permanently, though the larger battle in the clearing below still continued. The smoke from that second fire was just beginning to rise when Alice's voice cut through the mountain air with a mental alert that Edward received with visible tension. The battle below was over, the newborn army destroyed, but the Volturi had arrived to investigate the conflict and were not pleased with what they had found. Edward, Bella, and Seth needed to return to the clearing immediately, needed to face the ancient vampires and explain why so many newborns had been created and destroyed in such a public manner. They arrived back at the clearing to find carnage that surpassed Bella's imagination. The ground was scorched from multiple fires, pieces of vampire remains scattered across the torn earth, and in the center of it all stood the Cullens and the wolf pack, facing a small group of Volturi representatives, led by Jane and accompanied by several other vampires Bella did not recognize. One newborn vampire remained alive, held captive by the Cullens, a young girl who looked no more than 15 and whose terrified expression suggested she had no idea what she had been part of. Jane took charge of the questioning with cold efficiency, demanding explanations for the newborn army and the violation of Volturi law that such creation represented. Carlyle explained about Victoria's revenge plot, about the threat to Bella, about how they had been forced to destroy the newborns to protect themselves and the humans of Forks. Jane listened with an expression that suggested she did not particularly care about their justifications, and when Carlyle finished explaining, she turned her attention to the surviving newborn. The girl, whose name was Bree Tanner, had been transformed against her will and manipulated by Victoria into joining the attack. She had no understanding of vampire law, no knowledge of the Volturi, and her confusion and fear were obvious to everyone present. Carlyle argued for mercy, offered to take responsibility for training her and teaching her their vegetarian lifestyle. But Jane dismissed these pleas with casual cruelty. The law was clear, she explained. Newborn vampires who revealed their nature to humans had to be destroyed, and ignorance was not an acceptable excuse for breaking Volturi rules. Bella watched in horror as Jane gave the order, and Felix, one of the large Volturi guards, tore Bree apart with brutal efficiency before throwing her remains on one of the fires. The execution happened so quickly that Bella barely registered the movement before it was over, before the young vampire who might have been saved was reduced to ashes that joined those of Victoria and the army she had created. The casual violence of it, the complete lack of mercy or consideration for circumstances, drove home exactly what kind of creatures ruled vampire society and exactly how little human morality factored into their decisions. Jane turned her attention to Bella next, her expression carrying recognition and something that might have been anticipation. She inquired about Bella's transformation with pointed politeness, asking when exactly the Cullens intended to honor their promise to the Volturi that she would be changed. Edward stepped forward to explain that they planned to transform Bella soon, that preparations were already underway, and Alice added that she had seen Bella's future transformation in her visions and could show Jane if desired. Jane declined this offer with a smile that suggested she did not particularly care about their plans, but rather enjoyed watching them squirm under Volturi scrutiny. She delivered a warning instead, making clear that the Volturi would check on Bella's status within a few months and expected to find her transformed when they did. Failure to follow through would result in consequences for the entire Cullen family, consequences Jane described with enough detail to make their fatal nature absolutely clear. Then she and her companions were gone, disappearing into the forest with vampire speed, leaving behind only the smouldering remains of the battle and the survivors dealing with its aftermath. The wolves left without ceremony, their part in the alliance fulfilled, and their natural antipathy toward vampires reasserting itself now that the common threat had been eliminated. Jacob remained behind briefly, his eyes finding Bella's across the clearing, and the expression on his face carried such loss and resignation that it broke something in her chest. He had helped save her life, had fought beside vampires he despised to keep her safe, and his reward was watching her commit herself to Edward forever through both marriage and transformation. He shifted into his wolf form without saying goodbye and vanished into the trees, and Bella understood that something between them had ended permanently in that moment. The return to normal life after the battle felt surreal. The mundane concerns of everyday existence seeming trivial compared to what they had just survived. Bella went through the motions of her final days as a human, helping Charlie pack her belongings for the college she would never attend, accepting congratulations from Renee about her upcoming marriage, even though Renee clearly had reservations about her daughter marrying so young. The world continued turning as though nothing significant had happened, as though an army of newborn vampires had not just been destroyed in the forests outside Forks, and Bella found the disconnect between these two realities increasingly difficult to navigate. Edward insisted they set a date for the wedding before her transformation, wanting to honor his human-era sense of propriety, even though Bella would have gladly skipped straight to becoming a vampire. Alice took charge of the planning with enthusiasm that bordered on obsessive, creating elaborate plans for a ceremony that Bella wanted to be small and simple, but that Alice insisted needed to be perfect. The wedding was scheduled for mid-August, giving them just over 2 months to prepare, and Bella counted down the days with a mixture of anticipation and dread that had nothing to do with marrying Edward and everything to do with the performance anxiety of being the center of attention. The summer passed in a strange kind of waiting, with Bella existing in the liminal space between her human life and the vampire existence that awaited her. She said goodbye to friends without explaining that these farewells were permanent. Spent time with Charlie, knowing that soon she would have to stage some kind of departure that would break his heart, and tried to memorize the small details of human sensation that she would lose when transformation changed her fundamental nature. Edward was patient and attentive, and refused to discuss the specifics of their physical relationship until after the wedding, maintaining boundaries that frustrated Bella, even as she understood they came from his outdated but deeply held beliefs about proper conduct. As August arrived and the wedding approached, Bella found herself thinking often about the path that had brought her to this point, about the shy girl who had arrived in Forks 18 months earlier, with no expectations beyond enduring a few years of reign before escaping back to Phoenix. She had found something extraordinary in the grey town she had dreaded, had discovered love that transcended the boundaries of mortal existence, and now stood on the threshold of transformation that would make her something more and less than human. The future remained uncertain in its specifics, but one thing was absolutely clear. Bella Swan's human life was ending, and what came next would surpass anything she could have imagined in those early days when she first glimpsed Edward Cullen across a cafeteria and felt her fate shift towards something magnificent and terrible and absolutely inevitable. August arrived with unusual warmth for Forks, the sun making sporadic appearances between the more typical grey clouds, and with it came the final preparations for Bella's wedding. Alice had transformed the Cullen house and its surrounding grounds into something from a fairy tale, white flowers and flowing fabric, creating an elegant atmosphere that made Bella simultaneously grateful for her friend's talents and anxious about being the center of such elaborate attention. The guest list remained small despite Alice's desire for something grander, mostly family and a handful of close friends, though even this modest gathering felt overwhelming to someone who had spent most of her life trying to remain invisible. The night before the wedding, Bella lay awake in her childhood bedroom for what would be one of the last times, listening to Charlie's steady breathing from down the hall and trying to memorize the familiar sounds of this house that had become home. Tomorrow she would marry Edward, and shortly after that, she would undergo transformation that would fundamentally alter every aspect of her existence. The fear that accompanied these thoughts was not about the changes themselves, but rather about the people she would hurt through her choices, particularly Charlie, who loved her despite his difficulty expressing emotion, and who would soon lose his daughter to circumstances he could never understand. Edward appeared at her window in the early hours before dawn, his presence both expected and comforting in the darkness. They sat together without speaking for a long time, his cold hand holding hers, both of them aware that this represented an ending of one phase and the beginning of something entirely new. He asked if she had any doubts, if she wanted to postpone or reconsider, and Bella answered with absolute certainty that she had never been more sure of anything in her life. Whatever came next, they would face it together, and that was all that mattered. The morning of August 13th arrived with clear skies that Alice had apparently foreseen weeks earlier when planning the outdoor ceremony. Bella woke to find her mother already in her room, Renee having arrived 2 days earlier, and immediately noticed the tension between her daughter and Charlie that neither of them could adequately explain. Renee's presence brought both comfort and additional stress, her perceptive nature making it difficult for Bella to maintain the careful facade that everything was proceeding normally. The preparations consumed the entire morning, with Alice orchestrating every detail with military precision. Bella submitted to hair and makeup and the elaborate process of getting into her dress, a gown that Alice had commissioned specifically for her, and that somehow managed to be both elegant and appropriate for Bella's general discomfort with being the center of attention. The dress was simple in design but exquisite in execution, fitted through the bodice and flowing into a train that Alice insisted was necessary for proper wedding photographs. Renee helped with the final touches, her hands gentle as she arranged Bella's hair and adjusted the veil, and in those quiet moments, Bella saw her mother truly look at her with an expression that suggested she understood more than Bella had given her credit for. Renee spoke softly about how young 18 was to get married, about how Bella should not feel pressured to rush into adult commitments, about how there would be no shame in postponing if she had doubts. But she also acknowledged that Bella had always been different, had always known her own mind with a certainty that most teenagers lacked, and if she was truly sure about Edward, then Renee would support her decision. The ceremony took place in the late afternoon, golden sunlight filtering through the trees to illuminate the clearing behind the Cullen house, where chairs had been arranged in neat rows facing an arch covered in white flowers. The guest list was small as promised, mostly the Cullen family and a handful of Bella's human friends who had made the trip from Forks. Angela Weber sat in the front row with her parents, her gentle presence providing Bella with a connection to her human life that would soon end. Jessica Stanley had declined the invitation with poorly disguised hurt feelings, and Mike Newton's absence spoke volumes about his continued inability to accept Bella's choice of Edward over him. The Denali Coven had traveled from Alaska to attend, Carlyle's extended family greeting the occasion with genuine happiness despite their curiosity about a vampire marrying a human. Tanya, Kate, Carmen, Eleazar, and Irina moved through the gathering with the same careful humanity as the Cullens, though Irina's presence carried tension that Bella did not fully understand until later. The tension stemmed from the recent battle with Victoria's newborn army, from conflicts and complications that existed in the vampire world beyond Bella's immediate awareness. Charlie walked Bella down the aisle with visible emotion barely contained beneath his usual stoic exterior, his hand on her arm trembling slightly as they moved toward where Edward waited under the flower-covered arch. Edward's face, when he saw her approaching, transcended any description Bella could have found adequate, his expression carrying such profound love and wonder that it made the elaborate preparations and performance anxiety worth enduring. He looked impossibly beautiful in his formal wear, the afternoon light catching his features and creating an effect that would have revealed his inhuman nature to anyone who was looking carefully enough. The ceremony itself passed in a blur of carefully practiced words and traditional vows that Bella spoke with sincerity, despite her general discomfort with public declarations. Edward's voice remained steady, as he promised to love and cherish her for as long as they both lived, though the phrase took on different meaning given his immortality and her approaching transformation. The minister, a human from a nearby town who had no idea he was officiating a wedding between a human and a vampire, pronounced them married with professional warmth, and when Edward kissed her, the gathered witnesses applauded with varying degrees of enthusiasm. The reception that followed brought together vampires and humans in close proximity, creating an atmosphere of careful tension beneath the celebration. The Cullens maintained their perfect human charade, eating small amounts of food and engaging in conversations with Bella's human guests, while managing the constant temptation that human blood created. Bella watched Edward interact with her mother and Charlie, his charm and courtesy winning over even Charlie's residual suspicion, and she felt a pang of grief for what Charlie would believe had happened when she disappeared after transformation. Jacob Black appeared unexpectedly during the reception, his presence announced by Seth Clearwater, who arrived first to ensure the Cullens would not object to a werewolf attending the celebration. Jacob's face carried such conflicting emotions that Bella felt her heart contract with sympathetic pain, and when she approached him to express gratitude for his attendance, he pulled her into a hug that lasted several seconds too long. He congratulated her with words that sounded sincere despite the obvious cost they carried, and he asked her to be happy with the choice she had made, even though he believed it was the wrong one. Their conversation was interrupted by Edward's presence, the tension between the two males immediate and palpable, despite their temporary alliance during the newborn battle. Jacob wished them both well with strained politeness before departing, and Bella watched him leave with the understanding that this might be the last time she saw him as a human, that her transformation would fundamentally alter their relationship in ways neither of them could fully predict. The pain of that loss was real, despite her commitment to Edward, and she allowed herself a few moments of grief for the friendship that could never be what Jacob wanted it to become. The reception continued into the evening, and as twilight descended, Alice finally announced that it was time for the bride and groom to depart for their honeymoon. She had arranged everything with her characteristic attention to detail, though she refused to reveal the destination despite Bella's repeated questions. Edward led Bella to his car, and they drove to the airport through darkness, while Bella tried to process everything that had happened, the fact that she was now married, that her human life was approaching its end, that soon she would undergo transformation and become something fundamentally different from what she had been. The flight took them first to Rio de Janeiro, and from there a smaller plane carried them to an island off the Brazilian coast. Isle Esme, Edward explained as they approached, was a gift Carlyle had given to Esme years earlier, a private island where they could honeymoon without concern about privacy or accidentally revealing their nature to observant humans. The island appeared in the darkness as they approached, a small paradise of white beaches and tropical vegetation surrounded by water that glowed with phosphorescence in their wake. The house on the island was open and airy, designed to maximize the ocean views and take advantage of the constant breeze that made the tropical heat bearable. Edward carried Bella over the threshold with traditional ceremony, and for the first time since the wedding, Bella felt genuine nervousness that had nothing to do with vampire transformation or public attention. They were alone now, truly alone, and the physical intimacy that Edward had insisted on postponing until after marriage was no longer theoretical but rather immediately imminent. What followed was simultaneously beautiful and more complex than Bella had anticipated. Edward's supernatural strength required constant control, his fear of accidentally hurting her, creating hesitation that Bella had to persistently overcome. When they finally came together, it was with a combination of passion and careful restraint. Edward's coldness against her warmth, creating sensations that were both familiar and entirely new. The experience transcended Bella's limited expectations, creating a connection that felt spiritual as much as physical. And afterward, as they lay tangled together, she understood why Edward had insisted on waiting, why he had wanted this moment to carry the weight of commitment and permanence. The morning revealed the consequences of Edward's imperfect control. Bruises blooming across Bella's arms and shoulders where his hands had gripped her, evidence of the difficulty inherent in a human maintaining physical intimacy with a vampire. Edward was horrified by the marks, immediately retreating into guilt and self-recrimination that Bella had to work to overcome. She insisted the bruises did not hurt, that they were acceptable consequences of something beautiful, that she regretted nothing about their night together. But Edward's guilt proved resistant to logical argument, and he insisted on maintaining physical distance for the next several days, despite Bella's protests. The honeymoon settled into a pattern over the following week, with days spent swimming in the ocean and exploring the island's beaches, and nights spent in conversation and the physical intimacy that Edward reluctantly agreed to repeat, despite his continued concern about hurting Bella. The bruises faded and were replaced by new ones, evidence of the fundamental incompatibility between human fragility and vampire strength. But Bella found she genuinely did not care about these minor injuries. She was with Edward, finally and completely, and the price of a few bruises seemed inconsequential compared to the depth of connection they had achieved. The realization that something was wrong came gradually, accumulating through small signs that Bella initially dismissed. She felt unusually tired despite the restful environment, nauseous at odd times, particularly in the mornings, and her body seemed to be changing in ways she could not quite identify. Edward noticed as well, his concern growing as days passed, and Bella's symptoms intensified, rather than improving. When she missed her period, an event she had not initially tracked carefully, given the disruption of the wedding and travel, the possibility that had seemed impossible suddenly crystallized into terrible certainty. Bella was pregnant, an outcome that should have been medically impossible, given that Edward was a vampire and therefore technically dead. His body frozen in the state it had been at transformation, with no biological processes that should have allowed for reproduction. Yet the evidence was undeniable, confirmed by tests that Alice arranged to be delivered to the island along with medical supplies and increasingly urgent messages urging their immediate return to Forks. Whatever was growing inside, Bella was developing with supernatural speed, her body changing visibly day by day in ways that suggested this was no ordinary pregnancy. Edward's reaction combined horror and determination, his immediate insistence that they needed to terminate the pregnancy before it killed her. He described the fetus as a monster, as something dangerous that was feeding on Bella from the inside, and his panic was obvious in every word and gesture. But Bella felt something different when she thought about the life growing inside her, a fierce protectiveness that surprised her with its intensity. This was their child, hers and Edward's, an impossible miracle that should not exist but did, and she refused to consider destroying it regardless of the risk to herself. The argument that followed was one of the most intense of their relationship, with Edward insisting that Bella's life took precedence over everything, and Bella countering that the choice was hers to make. She had not asked for this pregnancy, had not planned for it, or even known it was possible, but now that it existed, she could not bring herself to end it. Something in her had fundamentally shifted the moment she realized she was carrying Edward's child, and no amount of logical argument about danger or impossibility could override the maternal instinct that had awakened with that realization. They returned to Forks with desperate urgency, the flight feeling endless, as Bella's condition continued to deteriorate with supernatural speed. By the time they arrived back at the Cullen house, she was visibly pregnant despite only 2 weeks having passed since their wedding night, her body showing changes that should have taken months to develop. Carlyle examined her with professional concern that could not entirely mask his alarm, his centuries of medical knowledge providing context that made the situation even more frightening than Bella had realized. The fetus was half human and half vampire, Carlyle explained, and the combination created something unprecedented in his extensive experience. The baby was developing at an accelerated rate, far faster than any human pregnancy, and was apparently strong enough to be breaking Bella's ribs from the inside as it grew. Her body was not equipped to handle this kind of gestation, was already showing signs of severe strain, and Carlyle estimated she had perhaps a month before the pregnancy reached term, though this estimate was complicated by the supernatural nature of what was occurring. Rosalie surprised everyone by immediately allying herself with Bella, her long-suppressed maternal instincts rising to protect the unborn child she saw as precious beyond measure. She positioned herself as Bella's guardian against the rest of the family, who largely agreed with Edward that the pregnancy should be terminated before it killed Bella. The split in the family created tension that permeated every interaction, with Rosalie and Bella on one side insisting on protecting the baby's life, and Edward, Carlyle, and the others on the opposite side arguing for practical action to save Bella, even if it meant sacrificing the fetus. Jacob Black arrived at the Cullen house days after their return, drawn by reports from the pack about unusual activity and his own inability to stay away despite the pain it caused him. His reaction to Bella's pregnancy was immediate revulsion, his werewolf instincts identifying the developing fetus as an abomination that needed to be destroyed. The pack felt similarly, Sam having already declared that the baby represented a threat to humans that violated their treaty with the Cullens, and Jacob brought news that the wolves were planning to attack and kill both Bella and the unborn child to prevent whatever monstrosity was developing from being born. This threat forced Jacob into an impossible position, torn between his loyalty to his pack and his love for Bella. despite her choices. He spent increasingly long hours at the Cullen house, ostensibly serving as a liaison between the pack and the vampires, but actually watching over Bella with protective concern that transcended his disgust at her pregnancy. His presence created additional tension with Edward, the two males barely maintaining civility as they both focused on Bella's deteriorating condition from opposing philosophical positions. The pregnancy progressed with terrifying speed, Bella's body breaking down under the strain of supporting something that was consuming her from within. She could not keep human food down, her body rejecting everything she tried to eat, and her weight dropped dramatically as the baby grew larger and stronger. Carlyle and Edward worked desperately to find something she could tolerate, and the answer, when it came, was as disturbing as it was effective. Bella could drink blood, human blood that Carlyle obtained from a blood bank under medical pretenses, and the baby apparently needed this sustenance to continue developing. The experience of drinking blood was both revolting and oddly satisfying. Bella's body recognizing what it needed, even as her mind rebelled against the act. She consumed bag after bag of blood, the metallic taste becoming almost familiar, and the baby's movements intensified in response to this nourishment. She felt it moving inside her, stronger than any normal fetus, and in those moments of connection, Bella felt certainty that this was worth the cost, that bringing this child into the world mattered more than her own survival. Edward retreated further into desperation as Bella's condition worsened, his helplessness manifesting as barely controlled panic. He begged her to reconsider, to save herself while there was still time, but Bella refused with increasing firmness despite her understanding of his pain. She loved him completely and understood that watching her die slowly was destroying him, but she could not abandon the child growing inside her regardless of what it cost. The impasse between them created a distance that hurt worse than the physical pain of her deteriorating body. Jacob provided unexpected support during this time, his presence steady despite his own conflicted feelings about the situation. He sat with Bella for hours, distracting her with conversation and keeping her company when Edward needed space to process his emotions, and gradually something shifted in Jacob's perception. He began to see the pregnancy not as an abomination, but as Bella's choice, as something she was willing to die for, and his respect for her autonomy eventually overcame his instinctive revulsion toward what she was carrying. The birth came suddenly and catastrophically on a grey September afternoon, barely a month after Bella had first discovered she was pregnant. She was sitting with Edward and Rosalie when something inside her snapped with an audible crack, her spine breaking as the baby moved with supernatural strength. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, and Bella felt her body beginning to shut down as internal bleeding flooded her abdominal cavity. The baby needed to be delivered immediately or both mother and child would die, and there was no time for surgical preparation or anesthetic. What followed was chaos barely contained by Carlyle's medical expertise and vampire speed. Edward had to cut Bella open with his teeth, his supernatural strength and sharp teeth working faster than any scalpel could have, and the baby emerged in a rush of blood and fluid that sent every vampire in the room into rigid control against their hunting instincts. The baby was a girl, impossibly beautiful, even covered in birth fluids, her eyes already open and aware in ways that newborn humans never achieved. But Bella was dying, her heart failing as massive blood loss and internal injuries overwhelmed her body's ability to compensate. Edward worked frantically to deliver CPR and stop the bleeding while Carlyle stitched internal damage with inhuman speed. but they were losing her, her heartbeat growing weaker with each passing second. Jacob watched in horror from the doorway, unable to help, barely able to process what he was witnessing as the girl he loved died in front of him. Edward made the decision without consciously choosing, his body moving before his mind could object. He bit Bella repeatedly, injecting his venom directly into her heart and major arteries, flooding her system with the transformative poison that was the only thing that might save her now. Her heart had nearly stopped, her consciousness fading into darkness, but the venom took hold with burning intensity that pulled her back from the edge of death. The transformation began immediately, venom spreading through her bloodstream and beginning the agonizing process of changing her from human to vampire. Bella felt the burning start at her heart and explode outward through every vein and nerve in her body. The pain was beyond anything she had experienced, beyond anything she had imagined possible, a fire that consumed her from the inside and left no part of her untouched. She wanted to scream, but her body would not respond to her commands, paralyzed by the transformation occurring at a cellular level. Edward's voice penetrated the haze of agony, begging her to hold on, promising it would end soon. But soon meant nothing, when every second lasted an eternity, and the burning showed no signs of diminishing. The family moved Bella to a bed where she could lie still during the transformation, and Edward positioned himself beside her with one hand holding hers while the burning continued its relentless work. Rosalie had taken the baby, whom they named Renesmee in a combination of Renee and Esme, and was caring for the child in another room, while Bella underwent the change that would transform her into something capable of surviving what the pregnancy had done to her body. Jacob remained as well, unable to leave despite the pain of watching, his presence steady if not actively helpful. The transformation traditionally took 3 days, 72 hours of continuous burning while venom rewrote every cell and reconstructed the human body into its vampire equivalent. But Bella's transformation was complicated by the extensive damage her body had sustained during pregnancy and birth, by the emergency nature of the change, by Edward's desperate attempt to save her by injecting venom directly into her major organs. The burning intensified in some areas and seemed to slow in others, creating waves of agony that made the passage of time impossible to track. Bella endured in silence, refusing to scream despite the overwhelming pain, because some part of her understood that her screams would destroy Edward, who was already barely maintaining his composure. She focused on the burning itself, on riding the waves of agony, on surviving each moment until the next moment came, and she had to survive that one as well. The pain was absolute and all-consuming, and beneath it, she could feel her body changing, could sense her heart slowly transitioning from its human rhythm to the stillness of vampire existence. The burning in her throat was the worst, a thirst so intense it transcended the pain of transformation and became its own unique torture. This was bloodlust. She understood dimly the fundamental need that drove all vampires, and it was rising in her with force that would have been terrifying if she had any attention to spare for fear. Her throat felt like fire, like sandpaper, like something that could never be satisfied, and she understood why newborn vampires were so dangerous, why their need for blood overrode every other consideration. On the third day, the burning began to recede, starting at her extremities and slowly pulling back toward her heart. Bella felt awareness returning, felt control over her body gradually reasserting itself. And with that control came the understanding that she was no longer human, that the transformation had succeeded, that she had become the thing she had been seeking, since that first day in biology class, when Edward Cullen had looked at her with horror and desire in equal measure. Her heart beat one final time, a last human rhythm, and then stopped completely, the silence of its cessation marking the definitive end of Isabella Swan's mortality. But something else started in that moment of stillness, a new awareness that transcended anything her human senses had been capable of perceiving. She could hear everything, the whisper of dust motes settling on furniture, the rustle of leaves outside the house, conversations happening floors away. She could smell complexities in the air that her human nose had never detected, could identify each individual present in the house by their unique scent. And when she finally opened her eyes, the world appeared with a clarity and detail that made her previous vision seem like she had been looking through frosted glass, her entire human life. Edward's face was the first thing she saw clearly with her vampire vision, and the perfection of his features transcended even what she had perceived as a human. Every detail stood out in sharp relief, and she could see how his expression combined joy and relief, and lingering fear about how she would respond to her transformation. He asked if she was okay, his voice carrying nuances she had never been able to detect before, and Bella heard herself respond with a voice that sounded similar to her human speech, but carried new resonances that marked it as definitively different. She sat up with fluid grace that was entirely unlike her human clumsiness, her body responding to her commands with precision she had never experienced. The weakness and pain of the pregnancy were gone, replaced by strength that felt limitless, and when she moved toward the mirror to see her reflection, she covered the distance in a fraction of the time it would have taken her human self. The face looking back at her was recognizably hers, but elevated to impossible perfection, her features refined and sharpened, her skin pale and smooth as marble, her eyes a bright red that would gradually fade to gold as she adjusted to the Cullen vegetarian lifestyle. The thirst rose in her throat with renewed intensity as she moved and became more active, and Edward immediately noted her discomfort and suggested they go hunting to satisfy her newborn bloodlust. But Bella had something else she needed to do first, someone she needed to see, and when she asked about Renesmee, the entire family went still with tension that suggested they had been waiting for this moment with apprehension. They brought her daughter to her carefully, Rosalie carrying the baby with protective intensity, while Carlyle and Edward positioned themselves ready to intervene if Bella's instincts overwhelmed her control. But something unprecedented happened when Bella saw her daughter for the first time with her vampire senses. The bloodlust receded, pushed aside by maternal instinct, stronger than the burning in her throat. And when Rosalie placed Renesmee in her arms, Bella held her with perfect control, despite being barely hours old as a vampire. Renesmee was extraordinary, developing with the same supernatural speed that had characterized her gestation. She appeared perhaps 3 months old despite having been born only days earlier, her features a perfect blend of human and vampire characteristics. Her eyes held intelligence far beyond what any normal infant should possess, and when she reached up to touch Bella's face, something remarkable occurred. Images flooded Bella's mind, memories from Renesmee's perspective, showing her the brief days since her birth through her daughter's eyes. The child was gifted, capable of showing others her thoughts through touch, a ability that was neither fully vampire nor fully human, but rather something unique to her hybrid nature. Jacob's imprinting on Renesmee had occurred the moment he first saw her after her birth, the supernatural phenomenon that bound werewolves to their perfect matches, recognizing something in the hybrid baby that transcended normal understanding. His initial revulsion had transformed instantly into absolute devotion, his entire purpose realigning around protecting and caring for this child, regardless of how her mother might feel about his presence in their lives. The revelation of the imprint created complex emotions in Bella. Her initial fury at the idea of Jacob forming that kind of bond with her infant daughter, gradually giving way to understanding that the imprint was not romantic, but rather a promise of protection and devotion that would last as long as both of them lived. The family explained what had transpired during her transformation, how the pack had split because of Sam's order to kill Bella and the baby, how Jacob had claimed his birthright as the true alpha and formed his own pack with Seth and Leah, Clearwater, to protect the Cullens. The alliance had held, though barely, and the tension between Sam's pack and Jacob's remained high, with the potential for violence always lurking beneath the surface. But the immediate threat had passed, and Bella's successful transformation meant she was no longer vulnerable in ways that had made her presence such a flashpoint for conflict. Carlisle took Bella hunting for her first time as a vampire, Edward accompanying them into the forest where they could find animal prey to satisfy her burning thirst. The experience of hunting was simultaneously intuitive and entirely alien, her body knowing exactly what to do while her human consciousness tried to process the reality of drinking blood directly from a living creature. She caught a deer with ease her human self could never have imagined, brought it down with strength that still surprised her, despite intellectually knowing she now possessed it, and when she drank, the relief was immediate and profound. The burning in her throat did not disappear completely, but diminished to manageable levels, and she understood this would be her existence now, regularly hunting to satisfy a thirst that would never entirely go away. Her control as a newborn exceeded every expectation, her ability to resist human blood, surprising even Carlisle, who had centuries of experience with newly transformed vampires. Something about her mental shield seemed to extend to her self-control, allowing her to maintain focus and resist instinct in ways that other newborns could not manage. This unusual control meant she could remain near humans without presenting the danger that newborns typically represented, though the family still maintained careful watch during her first weeks of vampire existence. The question of Charlie remained unresolved, and Bella's heart ached when she thought about her father believing she had died or disappeared. Edward suggested they stage some kind of departure, create a story about Bella leaving for college and slowly reducing contact until Charlie accepted that his daughter had moved on with her life. But this solution felt cruel, despite its necessity, and Bella struggled with the knowledge that her choices would cause her father pain she had no way to prevent. Jacob proposed an alternative that the family initially resisted, but eventually accepted as the least harmful option. He suggested showing Charlie enough truth to explain Bella's transformation without revealing everything about the supernatural world. They could demonstrate that werewolves existed by having Jacob shift in front of him, then explain that Bella had undergone a change that made her different, but not dead, allowing Charlie to maintain some relationship with his daughter, even if he did not fully understand what she had become. The risk was significant, exposing their secrets to a human who might not be able to handle the truth, but the alternative of completely cutting Charlie out of Bella's life felt worse. The reveal to Charlie happened in the Cullen living room, with the entire family present to answer questions and demonstrate that Bella was genuinely okay despite her dramatic transformation. Charlie's face cycled through disbelief and shock, and eventually resigned acceptance. His practical nature allowing him to adapt to impossible information faster than expected. He did not want to know details, made that clear immediately, but he could see that Bella was alive and apparently happy, and that was enough for him to build on. Their relationship would be different now, constrained by the secrets they maintained, but at least it would continue rather than ending in the painful permanence of false death. Renesmee's accelerated growth continued through Bella's first months as a vampire, the child developing so quickly that each day brought visible changes. She learned to walk within weeks of being born, began speaking in complete sentences before she was technically a month old, and demonstrated intelligence that exceeded human children several years older. The family watched her development with combined wonder and concern, having no precedent for understanding how hybrid children grew or what her ultimate lifespan might be. The peaceful adjustment to Bella's new existence was interrupted when Irina of the Denali Coven saw Renesmee from a distance and concluded she was an immortal child, a human child transformed into a vampire in violation of one of the Volturi's most absolute laws. Immortal children were forbidden because their inability to control their instincts made them extraordinarily dangerous, and the Volturi had destroyed entire covens for creating them. Irina reported what she believed she had witnessed to the Volturi, setting in motion a chain of events that would bring the ancient vampire rulers back to Forks to pass judgment on what they assumed was a flagrant violation of their most sacred prohibition. The threat was existential. The Volturi's response to immortal children being immediate execution of everyone involved in creating them, along with anyone who stood in their way. Alice saw the Volturi's approach in her visions, saw their decision already made before they even arrived, and the family understood they faced the possibility of complete destruction. Renesmee was not an immortal child, but rather something entirely different, a hybrid born rather than made, but convincing the Volturi of this distinction would require evidence and witnesses and careful diplomacy that might not be enough to prevent violence. The gathering of witnesses began immediately after Alice's vision revealed the Volturi's approach, with Carlyle and Edward reaching out to every vampire contact they had accumulated over centuries of existence. The appeal was simple and desperate. Come to Forks to witness that Renesmee was not an immortal child, but rather a hybrid born through natural means, a unique being who posed no threat to the secrecy their kind depended upon for survival. The request asked vampires to place themselves between their families and the Volturi's wrath, to risk destruction for the sake of proving an unprecedented truth, and the fact that any agreed to come testified to the respect Carlyle had earned through his long life. The first to arrive were the Denali Coven, diminished by Irina's absence, but determined to support the Cullens despite the danger. Tanya, Kate, Carmen, and Eleazar came with grief for their lost sister mixing with fury at her false accusation, and they spent hours with Renesmee, confirming that she was indeed something entirely different from the immortal children they remembered from darker times in vampire history. Kate possessed a gift that allowed her to generate electrical shocks through her skin, and she taught Bella to expand her mental shield to protect others, recognizing that this ability might prove crucial in the coming confrontation. The Irish Coven arrived next, Siobhan, Liam, and Maggie, traveling from across the Atlantic to stand with the Cullens. Siobhan possessed a gift for making outcomes align with her desires, though she insisted it was merely exceptional planning rather than any supernatural ability to influence reality. Maggie could detect lies with perfect accuracy, a talent that would prove invaluable in establishing the truth of Renesmee's nature to any who doubted. They examined the hybrid child with careful attention, asking questions about her development and capabilities, and departed from their investigation, convinced that the Volturi's intended judgment was based on fundamental misunderstanding rather than actual law-breaking. Garrett arrived alone, a nomad who had known Carlyle during the American Revolutionary War, and who came more out of curiosity than loyalty. He was a fighter, his gift allowing him to track opponents with supernatural precision, and his presence added another experienced warrior to their potential defense. He spent time with Kate of the Denali Coven, their interactions carrying the spark of attraction that suggested something might develop between them if they survived the coming confrontation. The Egyptian coven traveled the farthest, Amun and Kebi accompanied by Benjamin, and thanks in advance, arriving from the ancient lands where vampire civilization had first organized itself into something resembling society. Benjamin possessed an extraordinary gift for manipulating the classical elements, able to move earth and water and air with focused intention, and his presence represented significant tactical advantage if the situation devolved into violence. Amun was reluctant to involve himself, fearful of drawing Volturi attention, but his coven mate Benjamin insisted on staying to witness the truth, regardless of the risk. The Amazon coven brought with them an entirely different perspective. Zafrina, Senna, and Kachiri, having lived in isolation from European vampire politics for centuries, Zafrina's gift allowed her to create powerful illusions, projecting visions directly into the minds of others with such intensity that they could not distinguish her projections from reality. She demonstrated her ability for Bella, showing her the rainforest of the Amazon in such vivid detail that Bella felt transported despite knowing she remained standing in the Cullen house. This gift represented another potential defensive tool, the ability to disorient opponents or obscure their true tactical positions. Additional witnesses arrived in smaller groups or alone, each bringing their own perspectives and abilities. Alistair came from England, despite his extreme antisocial tendencies, motivated by old loyalty to Carlyle. The Romanian coven sent Stefan and Vladimir, ancient vampires who nursed millennia-old grudges against the Volturi for destroying their own empire, and who welcomed any opportunity to see the Italian rulers challenged. The nomad Charlotte and Peter came from the south, and Mary and Randall arrived from the Northern Territories, until the Cullen House and its surrounding lands hosted nearly 40 vampires, representing multiple continents and countless years of accumulated existence. The presence of so many vampires in one location created its own tensions, territorial instincts and old grudges surfacing despite the common cause that had brought them together. Carlyle mediated disputes with diplomatic skill earned through centuries of navigating vampire politics, while Esme worked to create an atmosphere of hospitality that helped ease the social friction. The wolves maintained their own watch from the border of their territory, Jacob's pack and Sam's pack, achieving uneasy cooperation in the face of a threat that transcended their usual concerns. Each witness spent time with Renesmee, examining her with varying degrees of fascination and skepticism. She demonstrated her gift freely, sharing memories and thoughts through touch, proving her ability to communicate in ways that no immortal child could manage. Her intelligence was obvious in every interaction, her development following patterns that were accelerated but recognizably similar to human childhood, rather than the frozen stasis that characterized vampires created from human children. Most importantly, she showed none of the uncontrollable bloodlust that made immortal children so dangerous, her hybrid nature apparently granting her the control that transformed children could never achieve. Bella's shield training intensified under Kate's instruction, the electrical vampire pushing her to expand her protection beyond herself to cover others. The process was painful, Kate's shocks providing motivation through negative reinforcement, but gradually, Bella learned to extend her shield over Edward, then over multiple people simultaneously, and finally over larger groups. The control required intense concentration, but Kate believed Bella could protect their entire side from the Volturi's mental attacks if given enough warning to prepare. This defensive capability represented their best hope of surviving if Aro decided to use Jane's gift to incapacitate them before ordering their destruction. Alice's visions of the confrontation remained frustratingly unclear, the future shifting constantly as the Volturi made and remade decisions during their journey from Italy. She could see them approaching, could track their numbers and identify the guard members Aro had brought with him. But the outcome of the actual confrontation remained opaque. Too many variables existed, too many decisions that had not yet been made, and Alice's usual confidence in her visions was replaced by uncertainty that frightened everyone who depended on her ability to see what was coming. Jasper took charge of tactical planning, his military experience making him the natural choice to organize their defense if the confrontation turned violent. He positioned witnesses strategically, identifying those whose gifts would be most effective in specific scenarios, and he worked with the wolves to coordinate potential joint actions, despite the fundamental differences in how vampires and werewolves fought. The plan was defensive rather than aggressive, designed to demonstrate their capabilities without initiating violence, but everyone understood that once fighting started, the outcome would depend on speed and ruthlessness rather than careful strategy. The Volturi arrived in late December, timing their approach to coincide with the winter solstice, when darkness came early and lasted long. Alice's vision of their arrival gave the Cullens and their witnesses several hours of warning, and they assembled in a snow-covered meadow that had been chosen specifically for its openness and visibility. The meadow sat at the boundary between Cullen territory and neutral ground, a location that carried no territorial claims and provided clear sightlines in all directions. The witnesses arranged themselves in a loose formation behind the Cullens, their numbers creating an impressive display despite being significantly smaller than the Volturi force approaching from the south. Bella stood with Edward and Renesmee, her shield already extended to cover them, while she maintained awareness of the others she might need to protect. Jacob remained in his wolf form at her side, his massive body positioned to defend Renesmee through physical force if Bella's shield proved insufficient. The other wolves held back slightly, positioned to attack from the flanks if violence became inevitable, their presence adding to the deterrent effect, even though their numbers were small compared to the approaching Volturi guard. The Volturi emerged from the forest like an army, their dark cloaks creating a wave of shadow that spread across the white snow. They moved with coordinated precision that spoke of centuries fighting together, the guard members flanking the three ancient leaders who walked at the center of the formation. Aro, Caius, and Marcus advanced with the confidence of beings who had ruled vampire society for 3 millennia, their faces showing varying degrees of interest in the unprecedented situation they had come to judge. Behind the leaders came the guard, 24 vampires whose gifts and fighting abilities made them the most dangerous individuals in the vampire world. Jane and her twin brother Alec walked in positions of honor, their combined abilities to inflict pain and remove all sensation, making them Aro's most valued weapons. Dimitri the Tracker, Felix, the executioner, Renata, whose shield protected Aro from physical attack, and countless others whose names Bella knew from Edward's descriptions during their preparation. The Volturi had brought overwhelming force, making clear their expectation that this would be a judgment rather than a negotiation. The two groups faced each other across perhaps 50 meters of snow-covered ground, neither moving to close the distance immediately. The silence stretched as both sides assessed the other, calculating strengths and identifying potential threats. Carlyle finally stepped forward, his movement careful and deliberate, and walked toward the center of the meadow in a clear gesture of peaceful intent. After a moment, Aro moved to meet him, the ancient vampire's face arranged in an expression of polite interest that did not entirely mask his curiosity about what defense the Cullens could possibly offer against the accusation Irina had delivered. The conversation that followed was too quiet for most present to hear, but Edward provided narration through the mental link he shared with Carlyle, reporting Aro's questions and Carlyle's careful responses. Aro wanted to see the child, wanted to examine this supposed hybrid and determine whether she represented a violation of their laws or something unprecedented that fell outside existing prohibitions. Carlyle agreed immediately, gesturing for Bella to bring Renesmee forward while emphasizing that the child posed no threat and should be approached with peaceful intent rather than aggressive suspicion. Bella walked toward the center of the meadow with Edward on one side and Jacob on the other, their protective formation making clear that any threat to Renesmee would be met with immediate resistance. Renesmee rode on Bella's hip, her copper-colored hair catching what little light penetrated the heavy clouds, her eyes taking in the Volturi with intelligent assessment that belonged to someone far older than her few months of existence. As they approached, Bella felt Jane's attention focus on them and immediately recognized the sensation of an attack against her shield. Jane's gift crashed against Bella's protection like waves against stone, utterly unable to penetrate, and the frustration on Jane's face when her power failed provided small satisfaction. Aro's reaction to Renesmee was immediate fascination, his milky eyes tracking her every movement as Bella approached. He asked permission to touch the child, to read her thoughts directly as his gift allowed, and after a moment of hesitation, Bella agreed. Renesmee reached out her small hand to Aro's face, and the ancient vampire froze as her gift flooded his mind with images and memories and proof of her nature. She showed him her birth, the biological process that made her categorically different from a transformed child, and she shared memories of her brief life that demonstrated her capacity for growth and learning and control. When Aro finally pulled back from the contact, his expression carried genuine wonder mixed with continued calculation. He acknowledged that Renesmee was not an immortal child, that her hybrid nature made her something entirely outside their laws regarding transformation of human children. But new concerns had replaced the original accusation. Questions about what Renesmee would become as she matured, whether she would develop the uncontrollable bloodlust of a vampire or maintain the control she currently demonstrated, whether her existence represented a threat to secrecy that would need to be eliminated despite her technical innocence of the original charge. Caius stepped forward with barely contained aggression, arguing that the hybrid was dangerous regardless of the technicalities of how she had been created, that they should destroy her and everyone who protected her as a preventive measure. His hostility was ancient and reflexive, his hatred of wolves extending to anything that mixed vampire nature with anything else, and his influence with the guard members suggested he might force confrontation despite Aro's more measured approach. Several of the witnesses on the Cullen side, tensed in response to Caius's words, prepared to fight if the Volturi moved to execute their judgment. The critical intervention came from an unexpected source. Alice appeared at the edge of the meadow with another figure, a male vampire Bella had never seen before, and her dramatic timing suggested she had been waiting for precisely this moment to make her entrance. She walked forward with confidence that drew every eye, and when she reached Aero, she placed her hand in his, with a gesture that invited him to see what she had found. The vision she shared apparently carried enough weight to give even Aro pause, because when he released her hand, his expression had shifted from curiosity to something approaching concern. Alice's companion was introduced as Nahuel, himself a hybrid born to a vampire father and human mother over a century earlier. His existence proved that hybrids were not unprecedented, that they could reach maturity and live for extended periods without becoming the threat the Volturi feared. Nahuel explained his own development, how he had reached full maturity at approximately 7 years of age and had remained stable since then, how he possessed both vampire abilities and some human characteristics, how he had lived peacefully without attracting attention or threatening the secrecy vampire society depended upon. More significantly, Nahuel revealed that he had 3 half-sisters, other hybrids his vampire father had created through different human women, and that all of them had survived to adulthood without incident. This information fundamentally undermined the Volturi's argument that Renesmee represented a unique and unacceptable threat, proving instead that her kind could integrate into the world without causing the catastrophic exposure the Volturi claimed to fear. The revelation shifted the entire confrontation, removing the justification for immediate destruction and forcing the Volturi to acknowledge that their original concerns were based on ignorance rather than genuine danger. Aro considered this new information with visible calculation, his ancient mind working through implications and evaluating outcomes. He was trapped by his own stated reasoning, unable to order Renesmee's destruction now that proof existed of other hybrids living peacefully, but his reluctance to simply walk away suggested he was searching for alternative justification for violence. Caius continued to argue for attack, his hatred seeking any excuse, and several of the guard members shifted in response to their leader's aggression, preparing to fight if ordered despite the presence of so many witnesses on the opposing side. The moment balanced on the edge of violence, neither side willing to back down fully, but both aware of the costs that fighting would exact. Bella expanded her shield to cover their entire side, protecting the witnesses from Jane's pain and Alex's sensory deprivation, and the Volturi guard members found themselves unable to use their primary weapons against enemies who should have been helpless before them. Benjamin raised earth in a demonstration of his power. Zephrina showed the Volturi guard a vision of their own destruction, and Kate's electricity crackled across her skin in visible warning. The message was clear. The Cullens and their witnesses would fight if forced to, and the outcome was far from certain. Despite the Volturi's numerical advantage, Aro made his decision with the political acumen that had kept him in power for millennia. He declared that Renesmee was innocent of any crime, that her hybrid nature placed her outside their laws regarding immortal children, and that the Volturi had no grounds to take action against her or those who protected her. But he added a warning that the Cullens would be held responsible for Renesmee's future actions, that any exposure of vampire nature that resulted from her existence would bring the full weight of Volturi judgment down upon them. It was face-saving rhetoric more than genuine threat, a way to retreat without appearing to concede defeat, and Carlyle both sides to withdraw without immediate violence. The Volturi departed as they had come, a dark wave retreating across the snow toward the forest's edge. But before they disappeared completely, Aro turned back one final time, his expression carrying assessment that suggested this was not truly over, that he would be watching the Cullens and their hybrid child with continued interest. The threat remained implicit rather than explicit, but everyone present understood that they had won a temporary reprieve rather than permanent safety, that the Volturi's tolerance for Renesmee's existence could be withdrawn at any time if circumstances changed, or if Aro decided the hybrid represented a threat he had initially failed to recognize. The witnesses departed more slowly, many stopping to say farewell to the Cullens and to express relief that confrontation had been avoided. Some, like the Romanian coven, seemed almost disappointed that the opportunity to challenge the Volturi had not materialized, while others like Amun could barely contain their eagerness to put distance between themselves and the Volturi's attention. Garrett and Kate exchanged promises to see each other again, their connection having deepened during the shared danger, and Benjamin assured Bella that she could call on the Egyptian coven if future need arose. Jacob's pack celebrated their survival with howls that echoed through the forest, their relief audible to everyone with vampire hearing. The wolves had fought beside vampires against a common threat and emerged victorious, though the alliance would likely dissolve now that the immediate danger had passed. Sam's pack remained more distant, their participation having been reluctant and motivated primarily by threat assessment rather than any loyalty to the Cullens. But for this one moment, the ancient hatred between vampires and werewolves had been set aside in favor of collective survival. The Cullen family gathered in their house that evening, the relief of survival mixing with exhaustion that was more emotional than physical. They had faced the Volturi and won, not through violence but through truth and the willingness of witnesses to stand with them against unjust judgment. Renesmee was safe, recognized as something unprecedented but not illegal, free to grow and develop without the death sentence that had hung over her since Irina's false accusation. The victory felt substantial despite its precarious foundation, a turning point that suggested their family might actually have a future rather than the destruction they had been preparing to face. Bella held her daughter close, feeling the warmth of Renesmee's half-human body against her own cold vampire skin, and understood that this was what she had been fighting for all along. Not immortality for its own sake, not eternal youth or supernatural abilities, but rather the chance to protect those she loved, to be strong enough to defend her family against threats that normal humans could never even perceive. She had become a vampire to be with Edward, but she had become a mother to Renesmee, and the combination of these two transformations had reshaped her understanding of what mattered in existence. Edward stood beside her with his arm around her waist, his expression carrying peace she had rarely seen in him. He had spent so long believing that his love for Bella would destroy her, that his presence in her life would inevitably lead to her death, and the reality that she had survived transformation and motherhood and a confrontation with the Volturi seemed to have finally convinced him that they could actually have a future together. The guilt that had colored so much of their relationship was fading, replaced by acceptance that Bella had chosen this life with full knowledge of its costs, and that her choice deserved respect rather than constant second-guessing. The future stretched ahead of them now, no longer measured in human years, but in the centuries or millennia that vampire existence allowed. Bella would watch her daughter grow at her accelerated pace until she reached maturity at 7 years old, would guide Renesmee through the challenges of being something unique in a world that feared the unknown, would protect her family against whatever threats emerged from the supernatural world they inhabited. She would hunt to satisfy the thirst that defined vampire existence, would strengthen her shield, and explore whatever other abilities her transformation had granted her, would learn to navigate vampire society with Edward at her side. Charlie would remain part of her life, their relationship forever changed by the secrets between them, but enduring despite those barriers. He would watch Renesmee grow with grandfatherly pride, never fully understanding what she was but loving her anyway because she was Bella's daughter. Renee would stay safely distant, ignorant of the supernatural reality her daughter inhabited, protected by that ignorance from knowledge that would only bring fear. The human connections that had once defined Bella's existence would persist in diminished form, tethers to the world she had left behind, when transformation made her something other than human. Jacob would remain in their lives as well, his imprint on Renesmee binding him to their family in ways that transcended his romantic feelings for Bella. The awkwardness of that situation would take time to fully resolve. The complexity of having someone who loved you bound instead to your child, creating dynamics that no one knew how to navigate. But Jacob's devotion to Renesmee was absolute and unconditional, and Bella found herself grateful for his presence, despite the complicated history between them. Her daughter would have a protector who would die for her without hesitation, and that gift was worth whatever discomfort came with its delivery. The Cullen family had expanded to include Bella, and Renesmee had absorbed them fully into the structure that Carlisle and Esme had built over decades of gathering lost souls and creating something resembling human family despite their vampire nature. Bella was no longer the fragile human who needed constant protection, but rather a capable member of the family whose gifts contributed to their collective security. She had found her place, had proven her worth, and the family that had once seemed impossibly distant was now irrevocably hers. The threat of the Volturi would always linger in the background, their tolerance for Renesmee's existence contingent on continued peaceful behavior and careful maintenance of the secrecy vampire society required. But this was a threat the family could manage through vigilance, rather than something that required immediate action, a concern for the future rather than an emergency of the present. They had won the right to exist as they chose, and that victory was worth celebrating, even if it came with conditions and continued risks. As winter deepened and the year drew toward its close, Bella found herself experiencing something she had not expected to feel so soon after transformation: contentment. She had everything she had been seeking, everything she had been willing to die for, and the reality exceeded even the dreams that had sustained her through the darkest period after Edward's departure. She had him back, had him forever, and they had created something miraculous together, despite everyone who had insisted such creation was impossible. Their family was whole, their future was possible, and the love that had begun in a high school cafeteria had survived transformations and separations and threats that would have destroyed anything less absolute. The story that had begun with a shy girl moving reluctantly to a small town she expected to hate had transformed into something far grander and more significant than anyone could have predicted. Bella had found love that transcended mortality, had become something more than human to protect that love, and had brought new life into a world that believed such life was impossible. She had faced down ancient vampire royalty and survived, had discovered abilities that made her valuable rather than merely vulnerable, and had earned her place in a family of immortals who would walk beside her for as long as existence continued. The future remained unwritten, full of possibilities and challenges, and moments yet to come. But standing in the Cullen house with Edward's arms around her, and Renesmee sleeping peacefully nearby, Bella understood that whatever came next, they would face it together. She was no longer the girl who had arrived in Forks expecting nothing more than rain and isolation. She had become Bella Cullen, vampire and mother and wife, and her story was far from over. In many ways, it was only just beginning. The cottage Edward built for their family stood nestled in the forest beyond the main house, a private sanctuary where they could exist as their own unit within the larger family structure. Bella walked through its rooms in the quiet hours before dawn, Renesmee sleeping peacefully in her bed, Edward waiting in theirs, and she found herself reflecting on the extraordinary path that had brought her to this moment. The shy girl who had moved to Forks expecting nothing more than rain and obligation had discovered love that transcended mortality itself, had become something more than human to protect that love, and had brought impossible life into a world that insisted such life could not exist. Her transformation was complete now, the burning thirst of her newborn months gradually settling into something manageable, her control exceeding even Carlyle's centuries refined discipline. The shield that protected her mind had expanded under practice to encompass those she loved, and she had learned to lower it selectively, to share her thoughts with Edward after so many years of being silent to his gift. She showed him her memories now, removing the barrier between them, and his face when he finally heard her thoughts carried wonder that made every moment of their complicated journey worthwhile. Their forever had finally begun, no longer theoretical but actual, stretching ahead through centuries that would bring changes and challenges neither could predict. But they would face that unknown future together, along with their remarkable daughter and the family that had welcomed Bella so completely. She had chosen this existence with full knowledge of its costs, and standing in their cottage with dawn approaching and her family surrounding her, Bella understood she would make the same choice again without hesitation. And then we continued blissfully into this small but perfect piece of our forever.